Part 4, Chapter 1 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance by Madox Ford. Mr. Sorrell was riding into the narrow streets of Salisbury. The houses appeared to him to be indescribably squalid, the roads to be indescribably filthy. Before him ran a great rabble crying out and casting up dirty caps, and behind him was the Lady Dionysia. She was upon her white horse in her green dress, and she had with her 4 of her Welsh men-at-arms. They had round caps of steel, jerkins of russet leather, and short spears whose heads divided into hooks with which they could pull horsemen from their saddles. In all this tumult Mr. Sorrell could hardly keep his head, for though he had been in Wiltshire nearly 2 months, this was the first time that he had entered this city. The houses were all very low, they were all built of mud, and they were all raggedly thatched, house leeks growing from many roofs, and on others great tufts of flags. The houses were set down at all angles to the road. Sometimes it was very narrow, so that they could hardly pass with all their rabble, and the geese fled shrieking at their approach. Sometimes it was so broad, as if it had been a village green, the great pigs would continue to wallow undisturbed in the pools of mud. But it was the noise of the crowding alone that troubled Mr. Sorrell. Her Welsh men-at-arms could beat old women out of the road of a Lady Dionysia's horse, giving great brutal blows with their spear-staves upon heads, faces, and breasts, and it in no way aroused feelings of indignation in Mr. Sorrell. He had become so much a native of the place and time that nothing any longer much astonished or disturbed him. Besides, he was so immensely engrossed in his own thoughts that he observed no more than if he had been hurrying through the streets of an Oriental bazaar upon some important mission. He observed only noise, dirt, nauseous smells, and great crowds of importunate and ugly people. They were nearly all in ragged clothes of a grey homespun. Some had capes, some hoods with long tails like funnels. Most of the men had leather belts. Most of the women went bare-legged and were very dirty. Most of the children were naked or nearly naked, and nearly all of them had wolfish eyes and were crooked, distorted, or bore upon their faces pockmarks of a hideous kind. To Mr. Sorrell they appeared to be all very disagreeable and negligible animals. Grey, colorless, hungry, and clamorous. From time to time they would pass a friar in his long brown robe. With brawny bare legs, girdle of white rope, and shaven crown, he would stand and gaze nonchalantly at the passing crowd, crossing himself suddenly when he perceived the sacred relic of St. Joseph that Mr. Sorrell wore now round his neck. And as they came more towards the center of the town, having wound through innumerable alleys and lanes, the shadow of the immense cathedral began to fall upon them. Here there were 1 or 2 houses of stone, and below such as were still of mud there were huge cellars, with great steps going down to them, so that you would perceive bales of cloth set out to attract customers, men weaving at looms, or great joints of meat hanging upon hooks. Over these cellars there were suspended signs, gilded suns, boys painted green and brown, swans all white, or unicorns all white, but with collars and horns gilded. From these cellars there would emerge stout men in green jerkins or red surcoats, furred with white lamb's wool. Upon their heads they wore headdresses of 4 or 5 yards of cloth, folded together and falling down over their ears upon the one side. Their thumbs they would stick into their belts of leather, and from the cellar steps behind them, upon a level with their calves, would appear the broad white hoods and the wondering eyes of their wives. They passed under a narrow gateway, and came into an open space with small houses, mostly of stone, and some of 2 stories, dotted under the protection of the enormous cathedral, like little vessels in the convoy of a great galleon here and there in the shadow. The spire towered up into the serene blue of the sky. Round the top, like an untidy cluster of mistletoe, there was a scaffolding, with upon it the tiny figures of men at work. And around and below the spire, the great white nave of the cathedral rose up, clear chiseled, and decorated with the figures of saints, as if it had been an immense jewel casket. At the door of the cathedral, the Lady Dionysia abandoned Mr. Sorrell, leaving him in charge of an old man in a black furred garment, who was going to lead him to the place where the dean was. She herself was going back into the town to purchase a preparation of the juice of fir trees, which was said to be sovereign for hardening and strengthening the hands of warriors. And she went away between the little houses, her men-at-arms around her, one of them leading Mr. Sorrell's horse. Mr. Sorrell followed his guide into a bright, gaudy place that was the interior of the cathedral. The immense pillars were painted a strong blue, and the little pillars running up them were bright scarlet. The high windows through which the sun fell were all in violent, crude, and sparkling colors, and these colors thrown down seemed to splash a prismatic spray all over the floor, which was of bright yellow tiles. Mr. Sorrell exclaimed, "My God!" For although his head was full of his mission to the dean, to the exclusion of all other thoughts, nevertheless he had so confidently conceived of a cathedral as all grey, solemn, and ancient, that he could not but be overcome. Here was such newness, here was such a brilliant profusion of colors, that even the vastness of the building seemed to be lost. Far up in the choir was a great glare of gold utensils, and there were candles burnt, flickering and twinkling in the draughts from unfinished windows. And it was only when he noticed how small the men around him seemed that he understood how great was the building, whose roof, so far above his head, was all of grass green, picked out with the bright golden images of angels, of serene queens, and of grinning fiends. The men all around him were talking at the tops of their voices, so as to be heard the one above the other. An old peasant in a black hood was screaming into the ear of a townsman in a green cape that if he sold corn for less than a penny a quarter, ruin would fall upon his roof. The townsman shouted back that his neighbor Jenkin had bought corn for 3 farthings from Will of the Dyke. A man with roses in his hair, his hood thrown back, and a musical instrument of yellow wood with a black neck slung at his left side, was telling the news from Devizes and the west to a dozen men and women of the better sort. A horse merchant with a great whip was extolling the merits of his mare called Joan. This animal had carried 3 fat persons from Swindon to Salisbury in an afternoon. Her price could not be less than 22 shillings. 2 journeyman butchers, seated on the ground with their backs against a pillar and their long flesh knives falling from their belts, were drinking from a black leathern flagon turn by turn, and talking at the tops of their voices about the bad women of Fallow. And with the constant coming and going of the people and the clapping of the great doors, all this place was like a sea of sounds that echoed, eddied, and trembled beneath the colored distances of the lofty roof. Pushing his way through the crowd in the aisle, where it was mostly small hucksters who had brought little baskets and frails of cherries or of eggs to sell, the old guide held Mr. Sorrell by the stuff of his sleeve and pulled him along. In the wall of a lofty side chapel that was painted all blue with gilt stars, the old man opened a little door, and they came out into the sudden peace of cloisters. Here walls were frescoed in gold and red, with scenes from the life of Our Lady. Before each of the pillars of the long corridors there stood a monk or a chaplain reading in a book. Sometimes there were 2, holding their heads together and whispering. One monk was painting the music in a psaltery. The sunlight poured down to the bright grass of the one side. The great tower of the cathedral went away up into space. A peacock with its bright hues paced slowly over the grass, its tail spreading far behind and its crowned head erect. Upon a long bench in the farther wall there sat many of the chapter clergy. They leant their heads together and whispered and laughed, for that day was bloodletting day, and they were permitted to take their ease. One of them was feeding a number of pigeons with peas that he dropped one by one to the ground, laughing with pleasure to see how the pretty blue creatures crowded one upon the other, and telling his neighbor that this should be a lesson to them against the sin of gluttony. Beyond another little door, Mr. Sorrell and his guide came into a sunlit garden. Here there were paved walks of stone, plots of grass, and little low fences of trellis work, along which there grew a great profusion of red and white striped roses. A white deer that had about its neck a collar of gold came trotting towards them, and it was followed by a brown monkey that sprang onto the gown of Mr. Sorrell's guide and felt in his pockets for food. In the middle of this garden there stood a fair house all of squared stones. It was of 3 stories and had 5 high gables. In the large stone hall of the ground floor 5 boys were playing ball. These were the dean's pages, and upstairs in a little room sat the dean, to whom his lean chaplain was reading a book of the travels of Dares and Dictys. "Ha!" the dean exclaimed, and pleasure showed itself upon his face. "You're come to tell me more prophecies. I'd rather hear you than many books." For this dean was a man with an insatiable taste for hearing tales, and above all, prophecies. Mr. Sorrell reflected for a moment. "Holy man of God," he said, for he had already so far learnt his manners, "I am come to buy very valuable advice. I will have your advice first, and then I'll pay for it by telling you what I know." The dean looked serious for a moment. Then he smiled all over his broad and comfortable face, and sent away the chaplain and the old man who had brought Mr. Sorrell there. Mr. Sorrell sat down on a wooden chest and looked round the room whilst he collected his words, for he wished to be very precise. The room contained several chests with great locks of iron, some shelves upon which were a few books bound in vellum, a great reading pulpit, the chair with the back to it upon which the dean sat, and a little 3-legged stool which had lately served the chaplain. The windows were square and of transparent talc, for the dean was a very wealthy man and could afford himself such luxuries. These windows let through a soft and golden light in the summer, and in the winter they served marvelously to keep out the draughts. So it was said of a pleasant and kind woman in that country that she was as warm as the Dean of Salisbury's bower. For the first time since he'd been in those parts, Mr. Sorrell felt that he was about to conduct a sane and ordinary business interview. The dean smiled upon him indulgently, his hands folded upon his comfortable stomach, and making no more words about it, he said, "I desire to marry the Lady Dionysia." The dean surveyed him for a moment or two of silence. "I do not understand why you should desire to marry her. Besides, she's married already." "But you understand," Mr. Sorrell said, "that I desire to do things respectably." The dean looked at him rather blankly. "I do not understand that word," he said. "I've never heard it." "Why, it means," Mr. Sorrell answered, and he racked his brain for a French word with which to make his meaning clear. "It means decently, in order." The dean threw his head back and laughed. "That you can hardly do, for it's neither decent nor in order to desire to marry a lady who's already married." "I desire to do it," Mr. Sorrell said, "with the sanction of the church." That, of course, the dean said seriously, is another matter. He was silent for some moments and then said, "Can you not be persuaded to abandon this endeavor? For I am sure you may enjoy, if you've not enjoyed already, all the little delights of love." Mr. Sorrell attempted an "oh" of scandalized protest, but the dean waved it aside with one fat hand. "For consider," he said, "what troubles this shall bring upon the head of you and of this gentle lady. What outcries will there not be? What journeyings backwards and forwards to Rome? What rages of fathers and husbands and cousins? I am sure the Lady Dionysia is not of one mind with you." "The Lady Dionysia thinks as I desire her to think," Mr. Sorrell said. "Hitherto she's not given much thought to such things, but she listens to my desires, and I desire that this should be arranged decently and in order." The dean looked at him with an air of pleasant mystification. "This is a very strange matter," he said, "but I cannot find that it is discreditable in you to desire to have the blessing of the church upon your union. Nevertheless, it is strange and unnatural." "Such, nevertheless, is my desire," Mr. Sorrell said obstinately. And then, his troubles overcoming him, he began to speak with an eloquence that he never really known before. "Sir," he said, "this desire is so strong in me that I am a changed man. I no longer know myself. At night I cannot sleep for thinking of it, and by day I can give no attention to matters which should occupy my thoughts. I find myself sighing and groaning when I walk alone in the fields." "I think you do not walk very often alone in the fields," the dean said pleasantly. "In short," Mr. Sorrell continued, "my nights are unbearable, and my days are like my nights, so that if I cannot find relief, I think I shall lose my reason." Leaning back in his chair, the dean continued to smile pleasantly and amiably. "Well, I have heard the tales of many lovers, and they are all much alike, all tales of sighing and groaning and sleepless nights, and walking alone in fields, and complaining and calling upon death to end their pains." "But I have never called upon death," Mr. Sorrell said. "I desire to have life and peace." "That was the most godly thing I have heard you say," the dean commented. "For most lovers desire self-murder, which is a mortal sin against the laws of the church. But this is a very whimsical and comical affair, for most lovers complain and call upon death because their ladies are ungentle, do not give ear to their suits, spurn their lovers, or are shut up in strong castles by fathers, mothers, or cruel and ungentle husbands. But you sigh and groan because of obstacles that you yourself have set up to the crowning of your desires. Now tell me this. You have had, since you've been here, many amourettes with ladies who were not married, but I've not heard that for these you desired the sanction of the church." "Oh, my God," Mr. Sorrell said, in tones which exhibited both shame and horror. "How can you mention these things in the same breath with my passion for this lady, who was like a thing holy and set apart? Since I've known her well—" Yes, the dean interrupted. "I've heard of such feelings, but I've never known them fall so suddenly upon any sinful man." "It has been like a thunderbolt," Mr. Sorrell said, "like an avalanche." "I do not know what an avalanche is," the dean answered. "But indeed it has been very sudden, and I might congratulate you upon your return to a greater chastity of life, were it not that I foresee, arising from that sudden change, a great many troubles for this gentle lady whom I regard as my ward. That you were preparing for some such step I was well assured, but I thought it would rather have been that, getting yourselves into disguises and laying hands upon such money as you may take, you would have gone away together to other lands. That too we had thought of, Mr. Sorrell said, but you'll admit that it is much more satisfactory to put matters upon a proper footing. The responsibility would have been too great. How could I take her bright and splendid life into my hands, when for all I know at any moment I may disappear back to where I came from? But supposing that marriage is broken, and you yourself married to her, the Dean asked, what would the marriage profit her? If you should disappear, as you say, to the place from which you came. Mr. Sorrell passed his hands over his eyes. He was perplexed and worried. Of course, it is not very much to offer her, he said, but she would at least have the benefit of a name and a position. The Dean shrugged his shoulders very slightly. Oh, I know, Mr. Sorrell said, it is miserably little to offer, but what can I do? As a gentleman, I know I ought to go away, to take myself out of her life, but I have not the strength of mind. Besides, where could I go to? The Dean appeared no longer to be listening to him. At last he said slowly, And how do the offerings of the faithful and the grateful come in? In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Sorrell said, there have been brought to me innumerable pigs, sheep, eggs, cheeses, firkins of butter, and yards of cloth for the poorer sort of people, and from the better class in the last fortnight, 47 pounds in gold and silver. The Dean leant slightly forward. And the disposition of this gold and silver, and these beasts and food, he asked. Mr. Sorrell considered for a moment. Having been prompted by Dionysia, he knew his ground very well, and this was business. Man of God, he said slowly and with unconcern, as for the beasts and the meat, these I have given to the Lady Blanche, and it has been decreed that if in the end the custody of the cross falls to the Lady Blanche, then these sheep and other beasts shall be considered to be hers, and the Lady Dionysia shall pay the Lady Blanche for the food and lodging of herself and men. For they are all now, for greater safety, and better to practice feats of arms, living in the castle of Stapleford. The Dean nodded his head slowly. So much I knew, he said. But if the cross falls to the Lady Dionysia? Then, Mr. Sorrell answered, such beasts and food as the Lady Blanche has had shall be considered as the Lady Dionysia's payment for her food and lodging. That seems to be a very reasonable arrangement, the Dean said. But still, it appears to me that the church is left out in the matter of geese and cheeses. No, no, Mr. Sorrell answered. That too has been thought of, for I am aware that such miracles are, in a sense, church matters, and that if I had not the sanction of a church, these things could not take place, for I might be turned away and discredited. So that already, as you know, we have made separate offerings of food and cloth to the chapter, and now such things come in so fast that the pigsties, the sheep pens, the larders, the cellars, and the butteries of Stapleford Castle are all overflowing. And for the sustenance of the people of the castle, 1/4 of these provisions is more than sufficient, so that 3/4 of them we will very willingly give to the chapter. That is well for the chapter, the Dean said. But how is it as to the gold and silver? For that, Mr. Sorrell said, in these 6 weeks I have had given me 90 pounds. In the first 4 weeks it was 43, in the last 2, as I've told you, it was 47. The 43 pounds are in a bag, which is carried by one of a Lady Dionysia's retainers. It is now in the city of Salisbury, and will presently be brought here as an offering to the church. The Dean leant still further forward. To the church? He asked. Man of God, Mr. Sorrell said, I am a stranger here, and it is with difficulty, and only in a stilted manner, that I speak the language. But I considered that the church, and the most eminent pillar of the church are one and the same, so that when I said that these £43 would be given to the church, I meant they would be given to yourself." The dean nodded slowly. "And for the future?" he asked. "For the future," Mr. Sorrell said, "we had determined to give in that proportion to the church. That is to say, of every £90, 43. "It would be better," the dean said warily, "if the proportion were 47 to the church and 43 to yourselves." Mr. Sorrell seemed to himself once more to be a publisher negotiating percentages with a bookseller. "That too might be possible," he said, "if your holiness could bring about the dissolution of the Lady Dionysia's marriage before the return of her husband from the war." The dean considered for a time. "That, I think, will be very difficult," he said, "for at the most the gentle knights will be 3 months at the war, and the hearing of your cause at Rome will take a long time, even though I report most favourably upon it. And it is a fit and proper thing that the church should have the major part. This will be a very difficult matter to argue." "It is not for me," Mr. Sorrell said, "to dispute what is said by one so learned in the law of the church. But I think, just because your holiness is so learned, it should be a comparatively easy affair. For permit me to observe that it is more easy to dissolve a marriage that has already taken place than it is to break the validity of a pre-contract of marriage. In short, if the Lady Dionysia should be now only pre-contracted to marry, instead of actually married to the Knight of Egerton of Tamworth, it would be much more difficult." The dean gazed pleasantly at Mr. Sorrell. "I perceive," he said, "that you have not come here without being prompted by the Lady Dionysia as to what it is that you should say." "It is not my habit," Mr. Sorrell answered, "to go to market without learning all that I can about the merchandise that I desire to buy, or how the sale should be conducted." "That, too, is very prudent," the dean said. He remained silent, and appeared to be pondering deeply for some little time. And then he brought out the words, "You are aware of all that you desire to commit yourself to? There is, for instance, the Lady Blanche." "Why," Mr. Sorrell answered, "it is true that there is the Lady Blanche, but she is a very unaccountable lady. It is so difficult to foresee what she will do that it is almost a waste of thought to attempt to prophesy. For that we must wait and see. But I hasten to assure your holiness that my relations with the Lady Blanche have been of the most respectable kind. It is true that I have promised to enter into a commercial alliance with her, and I wish I had not, but nothing more than a few kisses have passed between us." "I am glad to hear that," the dean said, "but that is very unlike the Lady Blanche. What do you imagine that she is aiming at?" "I have it from the Lady Amoureuse," Mr. Sorrell said, "but the Lady Blanche considers my attachment to her cousin's wife as a mere passing whim. She says that it is only a temporary clouding of my intellect. Her contempt for the Lady Dionysia is so extreme that she imagines that very soon I shall tire of that lady, and in the meantime she's very busily engaged in teaching the page Jehan what sort of a thing is love. In short, she refuses to believe that my attachment to the Lady Dionysia is a matter of any moment at all." "That," the dean said, "is so exactly like the overwhelming pride of a Lady Blanche that I dare say you are in the right of it." He reflected again for a moment, and then said, "Besides that, there's the lady's husband. How will you meet him? If you will contrive it that the marriage, which is no marriage, shall be dissolved before his return, I trust," Mr. Sorrell said, that I may never meet him. But if this cannot be done, we trust that the surrendering to him of a Lady Dionysia's dowry may content him. Or if this will not content him, there will be nothing for it but for me to meet him as one man meets the other. But I should think that the surrender of a dowry should be sufficient to content him, for since he's never seen the Lady Dionysia, he cannot be suspected of any violent attachment to her. And if he enjoys the possession of a dowry, and is in a position to marry another lady with another dowry, surely he should be very well contented. The dean asked then, "And if you marry the Lady Dionysia, how will you support her? In what castle will you live? And how will you feed the necessary retainers?" Again Mr. Sorrell passed his hand down his face. "A little time ago," he said, "that would have seemed the most easy question in the world to answer. And indeed it should seem so still. You would say that it should be the easiest thing in the world for me, for a modern man with all my knowledge, to occupy very soon a commanding position in these barbarous, ignorant, and superstitious times. I confess that I see more difficulties than I expected, but my time and thoughts have been so taken up by other things that I have hardly given the subject any real attention. When I come to do so, I have no doubt that it will be easy enough." "I understand almost none of the words you have uttered," the dean said. And indeed, Mr. Sorrell, finding English French at all times a little confusing, had dropped into the language which had been most familiar to him in the Paris of his day. "I understand almost none of the words you have uttered," the dean repeated, "but I think I understand your sense. Or if I do not understand your sense, you must be more mad than any man I've yet met. I think it is very plain that you mean that you are a great magician, and that by means of your magic powers you intend to acquire vast sovereignty either in this or in some other land. Against that I have nothing to say. I should not dare to arrogate to myself the title of a practitioner in the black arts, for whenever I have attempted myself to put them into practice, I have been uniformly unsuccessful. I have never succeeded in raising the smallest of fiends, imps, devils, succubi, or so much as the spirit of a fair and kind lady. Nevertheless, I have somewhat studied these matters, and this much I know, that powers are of two kinds, black and white. If white, they are of heaven, and the wonders that they perform are called miracles. If black, they are of the fiend, and they are black magic. I have never had the impertinence to ask you of which sort are your powers. But I would like to point out to you that if they are of heaven, celibacy is an absolute necessity for their holy practitioner." "I don't see what this has got to do with me," Mr. Sorrell said. "But you desire to marry the Lady Dionysia. Then if your gifts are from heaven, they will immediately lose all their potency." "I am going to marry Lady Dionysia," Mr. Sorrell said grimly. "I am going to marry her in spite of all the devils in hell, or with their assistance." He paused and added slowly, "And I am not going to lose any of my powers at all." The dean uttered a prolonged "Oh," for he took this utterance to be a declaration that Mr. Sorrell was indeed a very powerful magician. And immediately his admiration for Mr. Sorrell became enormous. The dean had for long doubted in his mind whether this man, appearing as he had done so unaccountably in their midst, and performing as he had done such singular miracles, as to whether this man, who appeared one time a miracle of ignorance and another wise beyond mortal knowledge, were an emissary of heaven, or indeed the most terrible of necromancers. Now he had it from his own lips that he was this last, and immediately the dean's respect became enormous. For miracles performed by saints, relics or by other holy agencies he had a proper respect, but they were things with which he was familiar, so that such powers appeared to him comparatively pale and ineffective. Innumerable ones had been performed by innumerable saints. There was no doubt of that. But real black magic was altogether another matter, a thing to be graved beyond anything in the world. By its aid you might become pope, lengthen your life out to immortality, transmute stones into gold, or revel forever in unholy joys. It becomes, therefore, all the more mysterious to me, he said, after he had thought for some time, that you should desire to attain your ends by ways so circuitous. Why do you not, by means of your arts, slay her husband, and at a distance take possession of his castle, his lands, and his wife, and terrify his retainers and the surrounding countryside into submission? Mrs. Sorrell could only utter, "Ah, my dear sir," with so much horror that the dean shrugged his shoulders coldly and said, "This seems to me to afford you horror. Nevertheless, I cannot see that you desire to do anything else in the long run than to possess yourself of a gentle knight's wife, and if not of his lands, castle, and retainers, at least of those of someone else now possessing them." "But can your holiness not perceive the difference?" Mr. Sorrell asked. "I will admit that supposing myself to be successful in my schemes, something very like what you propose will have taken place. I shall secure control over a vast amount of territory, but it will be by legal and proper commercial methods. I certainly should not think of soiling my hands with the blood of any lady's husband." Again the dean slowly shrugged his shoulders. "Once more," he said, "I can only say that I do not understand you. The ends you propose to yourself appear exactly to coincide with those I have supposed you to have. Whether you kill the lady's husband, or whether by magic you strike him with a palsy, or otherwise render him impotent, seems all one to me. You will have his wife, his gear, and his lands." Mr. Sorrell vented a heavy sigh of puzzled exasperation. He realized that it would be impossible for him to make this singular clergyman understand the difference between their respective views. Nevertheless, he felt a strong desire to vindicate his ideas of what was sound commercial morality as he understood it. He managed to get out, "Can your holiness not see that it is the means and not the ends that have to be justified?" But the same look of incredulous non-comprehension remained in the dean's eyes, and at last, in order to change the subject, Mr. Sorrell asked, "You would very much aid me if you would tell me what, in your language, is saltpeter." "I've never heard the word," the dean said. "Is it a moral scruple?" "No, it is a mineral," Mr. Sorrell answered. "It should be sold by apothecaries, but I have no means of making myself understood. That is one of my chief difficulties. Either these people do not understand me, or it is obvious that they do not possess the material that I require." "I will certainly assist you in any way I can," the dean said. And his mind running upon magic, he added, "I could give you, for instance, the skulls of 3 murderers, of whom 1 killed his mother, or a vessel filled with the blood of a newborn child who was killed when the moon was at the full. At least, this was said to be what the phial contained. But since I used it in some attempts of my own, and those attempts in no way succeeded, I am under the impression that I must have been deceived by the person who procured it for me." "I am afraid that these things would be of little use to me," Mr. Sorrell answered. "But my gratitude to you would be great if you could procure for me the substance I have mentioned." I would certainly do all that I can, Medine said, but I doubt whether our poor city of Salisbury will afford the substance that you desire. It must evidently be one of the constituents of a brew of great magic potency, so that I hardly think that you will find it in any of the inferior cities of this land, where magic is practiced with but little success. In London, where the king so incomprehensibly places his court, for why should he do it when the much larger, fairer, and more opulent city of Salisbury would afford him a far more comfortable retreat? In London, I think you will scarcely find it, though you might in Dover or in Sandwich, which are fair cities to which come many tall ships. But saltpetre, Mr. Sorrell said, isn't anything rare, or any new discovery. I have an idea that they used to find it under dung heaps. But although I've had many dung heaps turned over, I have been unable to discover any of this substance. Without doubt, the dean said, this substance will be to be found beneath the dung heaps of Byzantium or of the eastern countries from which you come. For there are many strange beasts, and doubtless they are to be found in the stables and byres. But our poor common cows, oxen, bulls, and swine cannot produce this inestimable commodity. The dean's face, which had been by turns rendered keen and bargaining, ironical, apprehensive at the thought of his interlocutor's possibly destructive powers of magic, for it had lately been in his head that Mr. Sorrell might have it in him to blast by fire and lightning not only the dean himself, but the cathedral clergy, and all the city of Salisbury. His round face, which had hitherto expressed several passions, none of them very pleasant, became suddenly sunny and altogether benevolent. He had perceived in the doorway behind Mr. Sorrell the form of a Lady Dionysia, carrying a small leathern pouch that depended weightily from her right hand. She was dressed all in green, with white cords to her sleeves, and little tassels of gold on her silken gloves. Her headdress of white linen was curiously folded, so that it stood up high over her head and came down low beside her ears and over her white forehead. She was a little flushed with riding, and her very fair, large, and honest face expressed at once curiosity to know what had befallen between the two men, and a smiling belief in the benevolence of the dean. She came with her long green sleeves trailing behind her, over to the dean's chair and knelt down to kiss his hand. Mr. Sorrell's eyes followed her with such admiration, such devotion, and such longing, that the dean felt himself slightly affronted. Jovial, comfortable, and easy, it was not possible for him to avoid these slight pangs of jealousy, and this jealousy had given a tinge of coldness to all his colloquy with Mr. Sorrell. He'd been ready, as it were, to do anything he could to help the Lady Dionysia, but it was impossible for him not to feel piqued at the object upon whom she had elected to bestow her affections. At her coming, he became at once brilliant and jovial. Leaning back in his chair, he held his hand beneath the comfortable pouch of gold, as if he expected her at once to permit him to relieve her of this burden. It gave him another pang of jealousy to think that her blue eyes beneath their dark brown brows were immediately bent upon Mr. Sorrell for guidance. But immediately afterwards he was consoled to feel upon his hand the full weight of the little bag which she had relinquished to him. He waited meditatively for a few moments, and then, with a smiling benignity, he assumed the expression of the distinguished churchman that he was, and laying his hand gently upon her headdress, he let his lips move for a moment, whilst he conferred on her his blessing. And then he said aloud, "All that you desire of me, I will do. Your paramour has driven a very hard bargain with me, but I will do it. And now with no more words I will call in Nicholas my chaplain, that he may take down some of the prophecies of this gentle pilgrim, who is no more a pilgrim. For I think that there are few things more edifying for the soul, or more useful to one's fortunes, than to listen to prophecies, if they be not procured by unlawful means. The Lady Dionysia had risen from her knees, and standing between the two men, looked down upon the ground with her absent and deep gaze. One of her hands went up to her cheek, and her body all in green, swaying a little to one side, she looked at last into Mr. Sorrell's eyes. "There will be very great joy," she said, in her deep and sonorous tones. End of Part 4, Chapter 1. Part 4, Chapter 2 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Ford Madox Ford. They rode out by the green park road beside the river of Wylye that runs from Warminster to Salisbury. They passed Bemerton with its tiny church, and Wilton embowered in tall trees. On their right hand the plain stretched up the hills, but they kept to the valley. Along the stream here and there were clumps of high elm trees, though many of these had been blown down in the great gale of 6 weeks before, and they lay across the water like bridges with earth and grass attached to their broad roots. Many moorhens, teal, grabe, and coots swam in the silver waters, and grey herons stood like sentinels or like philosophers who meditated as they rode by. Once a stag which had come down to drink at the water ran swiftly over the grass on the other side of the stream. A dappled brown, it lifted its slender legs very high and laid its crown of antlers low along its back. They passed now a shrine, now an image of the Virgin, and now a cross set up to commemorate the murder of some poor travelers by robbers. The merciless sun shone in a blue heaven. The valley was very broad and green, and beside them walked the Welsh mountaineers. With their spears resting upon their shoulders and their caps of steel, they stepped with long strides, and from time to time they sang the long and melancholy songs with which their Welsh mothers had lulled them to sleep. The Lady Dionysia was all in green, and the wind played in the folds of her linen headdress. She controlled her white stallion by means of 2 silken threads, for she was training him to be very obedient. Nevertheless, his reins, which were of the breadth of a man's hand and of white leather sewn with gold, lay upon his neck ready for her to take hold of, for at times, when he passed other horses, he would be seized with fits of ungovernable fury. Mr. Sorrell was dressed all in red, but he had a hood of black cloth. The long toes of his shoes went downwards far below his stirrups, and the horse he rode was dark brown, with a back so broad that it resembled many cushions. The evening sun was down behind the great mass of the castle of Stapleford before ever they were within sound of the cocks of Wishford town. Enormous, with its 1 square tower and its many turrets with the conical roofs, this castle seemed to fill up the whole valley, casting a large tract of land into shadow. It appeared all black, and from behind and above it the sun hurled immense shafts of light through the air. They'd ridden silently, for the Lady Dionysia was filled with joy, and Mrs. Sorrell had many things that filled his mind. Presently they came to a little square field that was all green grass between black woods. Here, as was their custom, they descended from their horses. These the mountaineers led away beyond the corner of the thick woods that on 3 sides enclosed the little field. The 2 walked over the grass, for the field sloped upwards. It had in it several little mounds and hillocks. When they were nearly into the wood, the Lady Dionysia sat down upon one of these little mounds. She drew her skirts about her feet, and the ragged brambles from the wood caught at them, whilst Mr. Sorrell walked up and down before her. His face was full of melancholy, and his shoulders bowed in dejection. From where they were, the walls of the little town of Wishford were visible to them, and the grey bridge which spanned the stream. A wildcat called from the woods a shrill and tearing cry, and silently a huge white owl floated over their heads and skimmed low down over the mists that were beginning to rise from the grass. "It seems to get farther and farther," Mr. Sorrell said suddenly. Lady Dionysia did not speak, but she looked up into his face with a great and confiding love. "Farther and farther," Mr. Sorrell repeated. "It goes back. It disappears. Do you know what is happening to me? I am becoming one of you. I can't get back into what was my past, into what is your future. I can't get back into it." "Surely that's very well," the Lady Dionysia said slowly. Her voice had very deep chords. It was one of those sounds which give an idea that they express the thoughts of a very honest and simple heart, like the baying of a mastiff. "I don't want to get back into my past," Mr. Sorrell said. "I wonder now that I could ever have lived it. It appears little and grey and cold and unimportant. I don't know what could have kept me going then, for there was no you in all the world." The Lady Dionysia looked at him with a deepening love, but she said nothing. The owl, turning at the bottom of the field, floated slowly back, ghost-like amidst the mists along the dark shadows of the woodside, searching for such small mice and frogs as the evening called to their avocations in the grasses. "I don't want to get back to it," Mr. Sorrell said, "but I can't even get back to that frame of mind. I used to be what we called a good businessman. Now I don't care. I don't care for anything but walking in the fields and talking to you." "Surely that too is well," the Lady Dionysia repeated. "Surely it is pleasant," Mr. Sorrell said, "but I cannot see that it is well, and pleasantness is not the whole of life." "Is it not?" the Lady Dionysia asked wonderingly. "No, surely not," Mr. Sorrell answered. "Are there not such things as duties, ambitions, and responsibilities?" "I do not know what these things are," she answered. "In the spring the moles come out of the woods and the little birds sing, and we walk in the gardens and take what pleasure we can. And then comes the winter and shuts us up in our castles, so that it is not so pleasant, but with jongleurs and ballad singers we pass the time as well as we may. And what is there to do?" "Ah, it is just that is so fatal," Mr. Sorrell said agitatedly. "It's just that I'm slipping into. You dressed me up in these scarlet clothes, and I take a pleasure in it. You ride a hawking, and it seems to me the whole end of life when your tassel strikes down a heron or a daw. But I ought to be up and doing. I ought to have been master of the world by now." "And how would it help you?" the Lady Dionysia asked. "You are my master and my lord. You are bright and glorious. What more should you ask?" "Oh, no, I am nothing," Mr. Sorrell answered in a deep dejection. "I am entirely useless, and there is nothing I can do well. Even that prophesying for the dean was nothing. I am so ignorant. Of history I am ignorant. I hardly know the names of kings, and nothing of what they did." "Oh, peace," the Lady Dionysia said. "My mind still trembles at the wonders you unfolded. What could be more miraculous than the flying of men through the air, or their rushing faster than the flight of swallows beneath the ground?" "All that is nothing," Mr. Sorrell said. "Do you not understand how it only proves my ignorance and how useless I have been? I ought to know how to do all these things. But I know nothing. Don't you understand? I have been so in the habit of having all these things done for me that I am useless as the grub in the honeycomb at the bees' feed. It's no use my saying that I can do nothing because I have not the materials. That's an idle excuse. We might fit out ships to go to the end of the world to get rubber. But even if we did that, I do not know where rubber comes from, nor if I knew should I know from what tree rubber is procured, or if I had the rubber should I know what to do with it. And it is a condemnation of the whole civilization. There was not of the men I knew one who knew any of these things. There was not one of them who knew that a beefsteak comes from an ox, or if he had known that it did, and if he had possessed an ox, he would not have been able to kill that ox. Or if he had been able to kill the ox, he would not have known how to cut the steak, or to cook it, or to make a fire, or to light it when it was made. I do not believe that a single man that I knew would have been able to black his own boots. I don't know why boots should be black, the Lady Dionysia said. I myself have never seen any black boots, and it would have been a very ugly color. Yet I here stand useless, Mr. Sorrell said with deep bitterness. I know nothing of my own arts. I said I was going to set out to conquer the world, yet I should not even know how to form a limited company. And of your arts I know nothing. I cannot fight. I cannot tilt at the ring. I cannot shoot with the bow. My muscles are too slack to let me take part in any manly exercise. Of the laws of the chase I know nothing. I cannot tell the roe deer from the fallow. If I tell a daw from a dove, it's all that I can do, and I cannot tell a cushat from a turtle, except when you are there to point out the difference. And I am the man that is going to take you from your life of splendor with nothing but my arm to rely upon. My arm is no stronger than a reed in the thatch, and my brain is more useless than an empty pot with the wind whistling in it. It is not grateful to God, the Lady Dionysia said, so to speak, when God has given you such powers, and if I did not love you, I should think it evil of you to speak in this way. For you have healed many hundreds of the sick, and you have ridded this whole countryside of robbers, and even miraculously you have cured the hens and chickens of the convent of St. Radegund. Oh, heaven, Mr. Sorrell said, what is all this? It was not I that put down the robbers. It was their superstitious fears. It was not I that cured these cripples and the sick. There was no miracle about it. It is what we used to call natural suggestion. Haven't you heard of Lourdes? I tell you, all these people were not really ill. It was what they believed. They thought they were ill, and the sight of the cross cured them. Lady Dionysia rose from her hillock where she'd been sitting, with her chin upon her hands and her elbows upon her knees, raptly listening to him. In the gathering dusk she came very close to him, her face near to his, and her eyes gazing into his eyes. Her voice was more deep than ever when she spoke. "Almost you make me enraged with you," she said. "Almost you make me desire to shun you, for what you have spoken is a very damnable blasphemy. Here have the dear God and the blessed angels of God and God's mother been pouring down, through your agency, great blessings upon poor and miserable persons. Joy and solace and peace and comfort have been given in abundance in place of agony and anguish and cares and solicitudes. And these splendid and comfortable miracles of God and of the blessed angels of God and of the Mother of God, you, a poor sinful man, for every man, no matter how glorious he be, is poor and sinful before the face of Almighty God that sent his Son to be our comforter. You, poor sinful man, who are privileged to be the agent of these most gentle and splendid doings, you cry out upon your fate and refuse to put your trust in God for what in the future shall happen to you and me. I am a woman, and should be the most timorous part of us two who stand here. Oh, take courage, for what God has done, God again will do, so you deny him not." Her voice had grown deeper and deeper, and she seemed to wave a little back into the shadows of the evening, as if in her anger she were denying herself to him. A great wave of passion came over him, and he stretched out his arms. "Oh, have pity! Oh, have pity, and do not deny yourself to me," he said. "Remember what strange things all these are. Though I have many times tried to explain myself to you, I have never been able to explain, so strange it all is." She came closer to him and set her 2 hands upon his shoulders. "Ah, what is all this of explaining and explaining that you will always desire to be doing?" she said, almost despairingly. "Many hours of unhappiness it has caused me. Do I ask from whence you came? No, no. All I ask is that you should take me whither you go. When I first set eyes upon you, I knew that I loved you, and what more is there to ask or to say? You are like no other man that I have seen, nor do I believe that ever there was before a man so gentle and so good, so true, with such great gifts. I think there was never such another man since Christ was, and that it is a miracle of the little angels of God that you should love me who am nothing, or very little. And each night when I go to sleep, I am afraid of the waking. So precious a thing is this love that I dread to find it a dream. But I wake, and I find it is no dream, so that I have all that I ask." He put his hands upon her shoulders. His arms were outside hers, and in the gleaming twilight they stood gazing into each other's eyes. From a thicket close at hand there came out the shadowy forms of a vixen with her 3 cubs. A little moon had got up and was sending feeble gleams onto the grass that was all gray with dew. The vixen and her cubs played together, running round in circles. From the wood there came the sweet scents of damp verdure and of wild lavender. A bat fluttered close round their heads, its wings making a faint buzzing sound, and every now and again came the long call of the restless peewits on the plains far away. "Yes, I see nothing else," he said. And she answered passionately, "And what else would you see? Is it that we are merchants who must have goods stored up in our houses where we shall live for the rest of our lives? No, surely I think we are better than that. For there are in the world great plains and wide rivers and woods of a month's journey in extent, and there are castles and cities, and there are kings and emperors and high adventures. If you would take me to live in such a merchant's house, surely I would not do it." "But would you have us go about the world and not know upon the day where at night we shall lay our heads?" he asked. "Aye, surely," she answered, "for what better or gentler life could you ask?" "But how should we gain our bread?" Mr. Sorrell asked. "Gentle friend," she answered, "is it a new thing that a great knight, putting upon himself the garb of a minstrel, and accompanied by a page or 2 and a few men of arms to give him sufficient state and respect, should journey through the world and sing of the high things of love, or of great adventures in arms? So he goes from castle to castle, and great is his welcome. And so shall you not do, for you have more wonderful things to tell of than any knight ever yet had. And so we should travel through the world, and you shall heal many sick persons. And a king shall give you a castle here, and an emperor shall give you broad lands there. For it should be a very niggardly king, or a very miserly emperor, that should not do so much. And so we should travel through the great forests, and along the broad streams, and over the endless plains. And our lives shall be very pleasant and restful, and you shall not ever be sad." "But this is all a fable," Mr. Sorrell said. His voice had fallen low. His resolution was fading away within him. It was as if in that dusk, and before his desire for her and for peace, he were sinking into deep waters and into darkness. He bent his arms a little, and she hers, so that they came closer and closer together. "No, no," she said, "these are no fables. This is the world as we live in it beneath the starlight and beneath the sun. In the summer the little birds will sing, and it will be joyful. And in the winter we shall get us into the great castles. Many knights have done so, many knights shall do this again. It is you that by thinking on things that are beyond the power of man betake yourself into lands all fables, and not worth an old wife's song that is feeble and cracked in an aged throat." With insensible pressure they drew each other closer and closer. The sinking moon went down behind the hills. There remained of her visible only a face that seemed silver in the growing starlight, and the great white hood curiously folded that stood out above her head like an aureole. The world had gone. It was all darkness, all shadows. It seemed extraordinary to Mr. Sorrell that there should be so close to him this woman, with the warm face rendered pale by light of the stars, with the earnest and shadowy eyes, and the curiously folded hood all white. It seemed to him odd, it seemed to him unthinkable, and yet he felt upon his face the breath from her lips. The breath from her lips was sweet like the breath of cows that have come out of the clover fields. It was inexplicable that she should be there and he. It was inexplicable that his will should be surrendering before hers, for he felt that he was surrendering, as if he were sinking down between the myriads of stars into unknown spaces. Their knees trembled so that they sank down onto the wet, short grass. Their arms were about each other, and in his she was a heavy weight. "Before you came," she said, "there was nothing in the whole world. Surely the little birds did not sing. Surely the sun did not shine." "There was no sweetness in the world before I came here to you," he answered, and he did not know with whose voice he spoke or from what world his thoughts came. The light of the moon was a pale thing, and the voice of a little lark said nothing in my ears. "All my life I've waited for you," she answered. "I have come down to you through centuries," came from his lips. "All the men of my past are like a few phantoms. It is as if they walked upon shriveled leaves in an autumn wood. There is only you in all the world." "In all the world there is only you," she repeated. With a great rustling there came from the wood a wild sow, but they did not hear it. It looked to right and left with its tiny and fierce eyes. Perceiving no motion, it adventured itself into the little field and went down towards the river. The mists rose up to join with other mists that descended from the skies. The light of the stars was hidden, and in the great stillness the slight gurgling sound of the river among the reeds made itself heard. A heron flying overhead croaked 3 times. It was answered from a distance by its mate. Because it was already August, the last of the nightingales had flown away. Lying upon his back and looking into the darkness, Mr. Sorrell was aware of sounds and glimpses of sights. It was as if very dimly he saw about him the shadows of walls through which the dark night appeared. Above him the shapes of women, as indistinct as in the twilight are the shadows of poplars, seemed to advance and to recede, now from this side, now from that. It was as if they bent over him and whispered solicitously. But it was as if he could neither see them nor hear what it was that they whispered. And there stole into his nostrils a penetrating perfume. An immense dread swept down on him, the dumb agony of a nightmare. He seemed to be unable to move, His hands were stretched down at his sides as if he were a corpse laid out for burial. Agony was in his heart, on his lips that would not speak, in his throat whose muscles would not act. The perfume overwhelmed him, suffocating, warm, sweet in the throat, sinister and filling him with a mad foreboding. It was the odor of chloroform. He screamed out loud. Great beads of sweat burst out on his forehead. He stretched out his hand like a madman and clutched at her dress. "Are you there?" he asked. And she answered, "I am here, beloved of my heart." And he lifted his face towards hers, which was slightly cold with dew and the night. "It is so well with me," she whispered. But Mr. Sorrell was full of fears. End of Part 4, Chapter 2. Part 4, Chapter 3 of Lady Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Ford Madox Ford. The Lady Blanche Derringard de Coucy de Stapleford was awaiting the signal to arm herself against the combat. In a new man's suit of brown leather, she appeared less tall than when she was dressed as a woman, but in revenge her broad shoulders and her flat chest, that was always heaving with emotions of rage, of hot joy, or of cold indignation, seemed to be broader by far. And her hips were very broad too, so that she gave the impression of having a massive and heavy trunk, long arms, and rather short legs. Her face was flushed and her eyes very bright. She sat upon a stool and talked of what she would do. It was in a large pavilion of linen and silk, red and white in great bands, that stood at one end of the lists. From outside and all around came the clamor of an intolerable crowd of people that had come together from all over the south parts to see these famous joustings. The lists had been set up in a broad field along the River Wylye, about halfway between the castles of Stapleford and of Tamworth. Many that had come to see these adventures had slept the night before on the grass beneath the stars. Many more had slept in the courtyards of one or other of the castles, in the stables, or, if they'd been able to scrape the permission, in the empty rooms, the cellars, or beneath the gateways. And this great crowd of people had very much delayed the preparations, so that it was already noon, though they should have begun at 8 o'clock in the morning. At each end of the lists was a string of people coming and going as if they'd been ants revictualling an ant-heap. Round the lists themselves the populace spread out over the grass in a huge swarm. Men and women who had brought provender for sale cried out incessantly that here you might have hot pies, ale, furmity, black puddings, methylene, roasted apples, and the flesh of swine. They spoke English of the South, English of the West, English of the Midlands, French of London, French of Salisbury, and there were several jugglers and players of pipes and tabors of the lower orders, who cried out shrilly for pence in the French of France, saying, "Par pitié, des sols, des deniers." Horsemen rode about amongst all this many, and there were a number of shepherds from the plain, gazing about them stupidly in their long cloaks of blue woolen. They leant upon the shafts of huge crooks, at whose heads there hung leathern bottles filled with mead, and at the foot of each crook was an iron trowel. With this they could dig up fragments of turf which they hurled to immense distances using their long staves. Thus they could protect their lambs from foxes, or themselves from robbers, who gave them a wide berth because they were mostly very poor men and very formidable. The lists themselves shone green and white and red and white, the pavilions at each end being of these colours, and each as large as a merchant's house of Salisbury. The bearings of Coucy were of red and white checkers. Those of Egerton were green and white, the families being allied. Thus, beneath the sun, the pavilion of the Lady Blanche showed her colours, and the Lady Dionysia had green and white. But across the roof ran a zigzag of yellow, because she was the daughter of the Earl of Morant. The lists themselves were very strongly built, though fair cloths of linen and silk hid their strengths with their straight lines of red and white and of green and white. Along each side of this railed-in space there had been made with strong banks of timber a rampart going the whole length of the lists upon each side. This had been the labour of 13 hinds for 3 days to set up. But their labours were hidden by the labours of 20 women, who for a week had sewn the red and white and the green and white checkers of the cloths that covered these erections down to the green grass. Upon the right-hand side the checkers were red, and upon the left they were green. Down the centre of the lists there ran such another balustrade covered with just such cloths, the red and white and green and white meeting about halfway, or just where the tilters should encounter each other if their horses ran justly. About the middle of each side of the lists was a wooden erection for such spectators as were of gentle blood. These had over them canopies of green boughs to shield their occupants from the sun, and these canopies were supported upon little posts, of which each alternate one was gilded, and others were being painted red and white and green and white, as the case might be. The passages formed by the balustrade in the centre led on the right-hand side to an opening in the tent of the Lady Dionysia, and on the left to one in that of the Lady Blanche. Each opening was large enough to let through an armed knight upon his destrier, and every one who perceived this array of white and green and red was agreed that these lists were very properly laid out and in the due fashion of chivalry. Part of the crowd considered that it was strange that ladies should thus run against each other with shields, with sharp spears, with axes, swords, and the little daggers that give the stroke known as the coup de grace. But for the most part the common people considered that the doings of their betters were no affair of theirs, and they took pleasure in the occasion that thus joyously called them together. Thus, though some lewd fellows sang ribald ballads that they had prepared, they found few listeners, whilst many men and women stood round the French ballade singers who told them of the ladies Isagonde and Belforest, who had put upon themselves the armour of knights, journeying over the world in search of their paramours that languished in the dungeons of the Soldan. Not many knights had come to see this fray, for nearly all those of that countryside were away upon one war or adventure or another. But there were many ladies who were with great gaiety eating their dinners in the castle of Stapleford or of Tamworth, as the case might be. And there was one old knight too stiff with age to manage any more fighting. His name was the Sieur de Igorac de Fordingbridge, and it had been agreed that he should be the judge of this combat, for he had seen many such and was well versed in their laws. He was a little man in a blue surcoat, wearing round his neck the collar of the Knights of St. Stephen of Portugal. He had thin white hair. He was past 50, his blue eyes twinkled always, and before he spoke he generally uttered a ho-ho that was like a laugh. All these ladies that sat at board in one castle or the other agreed that this tournament was a fine and a gentle thing. They ate delicately from silver plates, their headdresses waved in long lines, about half being of the shape of steeples and the other half broad like the wings of swans. Some of them wished that it had come into their head before that to engage in such a tournament. Some declared that such tournaments they would have next year, and a few said that they had not the courage, but wished that God had given it them. Many agreed that it was shameful that their lords left them as if they were widowed through all the summer months, journeying off one way or another as soon as the ice was melted and the snow gone from the ground. But many others said that so it was the nature of men to do, and even so they must abide it. Then they began to talk of the differences between man and woman, how that one would have this and the other that, and how they could console themselves for the absence of their lords. There were many gentle and joyous things said there, so that some laughed, some blushed, and some held down their heads with the cloths fluttering behind them. Sitting upon a stool in her tent, the Lady Blanche discoursed of what she would do to the Lady Dionysia. She said, "Spears are little use. What can you do with a spear? It strikes upon a shield, and if it strikes true, it shivers into pieces. And if it strikes not so true, it glances away so that you lose your little mark on the judge's tally, or you aim at the helmet of the one riding against you. If you strike the mark, in 1 case out of 10, your spear point may go in at the visor and carry away helmet and all. Or if you strike the helmet and your spear glances off, you've gained your little mark in the judge's score, but it's not so good a mark as if you break your spear upon the shield of the one that rides against you. Now this is what I'll do in the matter of spears, for those come first." The Lady Blanche looked round at the faces of those who heard her. These were the ladies Amoureuse and Blanchemain, the little page Jehan, and Gorhelm the old, her armourer. The ladies Blanchemain and Amoureuse were, like the Lady Blanche, in men's clothes of buff leather that fitted like eel-skins to their bodies. Over this the armour was to go, for they were to fight in the melee with the ladies of the Lady Dionysia, all fighting together after their 2 mistresses had fought with axes. The little Lady Blanchemain had tears in her eyes and trembled continuously. She did not love this adventure at all, because she was so little, having been born whilst her father's castle was closely besieged, so that her mother at that time had had little or no milk to give her. The Lady Amoureuse also regarded this adventure with little favour. It was true that she was taller and more deaf than the Lady Cunegonde, with whom it would be her lot to fight. She could run like a lapwing. She was 5'6" in height. Her back was straight. She rode a horse well, for she was long in the leg, and she could throw a light spear to a distance of 25 yards. The little Lady Blanchemain was squat in the body and knock-kneed, and the Lady Amoureuse regarded her with contempt as she whined and grizzled in her suit of yellow leather. But the Lady Amoureuse regarded her mistress with such hatred that she did not wish her to win in this contest, so that she was setting about it with little joy. Indeed, with such passion did she adore the bearer of the cross of St. Joseph, that for his sake she wished that the Lady Dionysia might win that day, and that she herself might die. Yet she did not wish to die by the sword or dagger of the Lady Cunegonde. She desired rather to pine away as ladies do who love hopelessly. So it is that ladies do in ballads and lays, lying in great beds with many knights and others round them, all together sighing out, groaning and lamenting of the great power of tyrannical love. She did not desire to help her mistress, whose pride and jeering had become unbearable to her. Neither did she desire to die in this melee, or to have her limbs broken or her head split, for so she would not die beautifully in her bed. And all this appeared to her a foolish and a disagreeable plan. The Lady Blanche set her hard green eyes first upon her, then upon the little Jehan, who held upright her red and white shield with its point upon the ground. The shield was so tall that it came almost up to the little boy's chin, and nearly hid the black velvet in which he was dressed. The Lady Amoureuse returned the Lady Blanche's glance with a mocking and obstinate smile, such as made her whole being revolt within her. She wished for whips to lay across this lady's back till she screamed out for mercy. The little page Jehan looked back at her with candid blue eyes and listened to hear her plan, The armourer, who carried a turn-screw, blew his nose in a corner of his greasy hood. He was a man very begrimed with the smoke of his furnaces. His face was a dull brown, his eyes were bloodshot, the lids being rimmed with coal dust, and even in his pale white hair there were gouts of soot. He wore a long black apron of leather that covered his whole body, and was burnt here and there where coals had fallen upon it. He looked obstinately at the ground and paid no attention to what was said there. It was his business to screw up the nuts and bolts of the armour that these ladies saw fit to put on, for the little Jehan was not strong enough. "Now, in the matter of spears, which come first, this is what I will do," the Lady Blanche said. "For the first 2 courses I will break my spear upon that lady's shield, if she can remain in her saddle. But this last I doubt, for though she is heavier than I am, yet I am stronger and more determined. Then at the 3rd course I shall aim my spear point at her helmet, so that the point, going in at the visor, may haply enter this lady's eye and pierce through her head. This I very much hope, for I desire to be rid of such vermin." Again the Lady Blanche paused and looked round the pavilion. No one answered her. The sun shining down made it very hot there, so that they all perspired. The armour that these 3 ladies were to wear was disposed round the tent upon wooden horses. Over the shining steel were laid their surcoats of red and white silk, and through the opening at the back of the tent they could perceive how 2 hinds led up and down the destrier that the Lady Blanche was to ride. This was a very great beast and savage, being not so very well trained. Its body, neck, and chest were covered by steel harness, but this again was covered by silken cloth of red and white. Through the holes of this covering its eyes looked out savage and inflamed, and although the harness was very heavy, nevertheless it so bounded and shook its head that it was difficult for the 2 hinds to keep upon their feet. By rights it should have been squires, or at least men-at-arms, that led this beast. But the Lady Blanche had no squires. Her pages were too little, and her men-at-arms not strong enough to hold him. "Now, for the 2nd course," the Lady Blanche said, "this is what I shall do. The 2nd course is with axes. For the first stroke I shall strike this lady upon the left shoulder, so that her shield shall drop to the ground. And the 2nd stroke shall be very weighty upon her right shoulder, so that her axe likewise she shall drop. And the 3rd stroke shall fall, weightiest of all, upon her head, so that she shall fall to the ground. Then, descending from my horse, I shall spring over the barrier as the law provides, and whilst she lies upon the ground, I shall seek with my dagger for the joint in her harness. And so she will die then. But I hope I shall have killed her before with my good lance, though that is more difficult. Then for the melee, we being 3 against 2, I think the Lady Dionysia's ladies must yield themselves up without blows struck, and so they must serve me till I choose that they may marry, and I shall take toll of their dowries. And this shall be to the eternal disgrace of the Lady Dionysia, and much it shall redound to my glory." Nobody spoke, till at last the little page Jehan said seriously, "Ah, dear lady, this, I think, is a very good plan, but I do not know, or I fear me that your horse Roland will not stand very still when it comes to axes. This is what I fear. And but that I must hold up your shield, I would kneel down and humbly pray you that you have great care when you come to this passage with the axes. For, dear lady, your good horse Roland will run very well when there is tilting to do, but stand he will not, as I very much fear." "In this I am agreed with the little Jehan," the Lady Amoureuse said disdainfully, "for you have not so practised your horse as the Lady Dionysia has done in the manège. All day long she's ridden him abroad so that he'll stop, curvet, or turn suddenly round at the mere sound of her voice, she using no rein, so that it is a pleasure to see. And I think few knights of Christendie have such another horse." "Oh, well away," the little Lady Blanchemain wailed suddenly in a high note, like the voice of a pig that is in the butcher's hands. "Ah, dear lady, what shall we do if you are cast down in this passage of the axes? For how shall we two stand against the Lady Dionysia's 3, who are all savage and well armed?" A sudden rage convulsed all the features of the Lady Blanche. Her eyes grew enormous and glowed as if she did not believe what her ears heard, and it was as if the lamentations of the Lady Blanchemain were the lash of a whip falling upon her skin. For a moment she sat still upon her stool, the red patches upon her cheeks becoming a brilliant scarlet. Then, suddenly, she sprang up and ran towards the little Lady Blanchemain, for even in her rage she was afraid to strike the Lady Amoureuse. "What is this I hear?" she screamed out. "Is it I that shall fall at the passage of the axes?" With her long yellow arms she smote savage blows upon the face of the weeping Lady Blanchemain. The Lady Blanchemain turned to run, but the Lady Blanche caught her by the 2 shoulders. She shook her backwards and forwards, so that at one moment her head seemed to strike her back, and her chin immediately afterwards thumped upon her chest. The little Lady Blanchemain screamed, so that it was like a streak of flame. "Mercy of God!" the Lady Blanche brought out between her teeth, and she set her knee in the Lady Blanchemain's back. Then she hissed with the expiration of the breath from her lungs, and the little Lady Blanchemain fell, expelled by a great strength, across the tent and against one of the horses of armour. All this iron fell to the ground with a great noise. The little Jehan stretched out his hand over the shield and touched timidly the Lady Blanche's wrist. "Ah, gentle lady," he said gravely, "I think it is not wise in you to maim your side before you come to the melee. For if you have not the Lady Blanchemain, then the Lady Dionysia's many will be as 3 are to 2. "Little fool," the Lady Blanche breathed heavily, "there will be no melee. Mercy of God! Shall I not have slain this insolent and unworthy woman before ever we come to the melee? This I tell you I will do, and none has ever withstood me. I tell you I will so slay this lady that her face shall be deflowered, and none shall ever call her fair again if they remember her. Her face I will so cut and mangle with my little dagger. And the cross I will take to myself, and there shall be great joy through all this countryside where I am beloved and that woman is hated. Is it that white milk creature that shall triumph over me? I tell you, never. But she shall die unshriven, and her miserable ghost be racked forever in hell. She is a liar and a cozener, a cheat and a false whisperer, a foul slut, and evil in her life, envious and hating all that is good. Well does she think with her milk white and pink to lord it over me. But her hour is come, and the little devils in hell are throwing coals upon the fires that are reserved for her. Neither do I pity her, for she is hardly a Christian, almost a brute beast, and it was a very evil day for her when she set herself up against me, she an upstart from strange wild places, a nothing come from desert lands, and seeking to make herself of importance here in Christian territories. Ah, dear lady, the little page Jehan said, I am very glad that you are of such a high courage for this adventure. She straightened her back and made her shoulders appear very broad. Little fool, she said to him with a kindly scorn, would you have me ape the tricks of grooms and fellows that run with horses? No, surely I was made for higher things than that. It is well for the Lady Dionysia and such low creatures to go riding about over the countryside, for they have need of such practice. But I am of a better blood, and my horse shall obey me because of instinct it knows its master." "That may well be, gentle lady," the little Jehan said, "and your horse is very large and strong. God keep the issue." A faint sound of distant trumpets came through the noise of the multitude, without that all that time had buzzed in their ears like the voice of a sea surrounding them. The little Lady Blanchemin still sobbed where she had fallen amongst the armour. The Lady Amoureuse looked at the ground with her nostrils distended in contempt. "I think that will be the signal for arming," the little Jehan said. "Yes, I hear it again, and yet a third time." And he repeated, "God keep the issue and uphold the right," whilst he crossed himself behind the large shield. "Well, I am content to rely upon my good arm," the Lady Blanche said. "It was the Lady Dionysia, not I, that spent the whole of last night whining over her sword in her little chapel. Come, put on my arms." End of Part 4, Chapter 3. Part 4, Chapter 4 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Ford Madox Ford. The old and gentle knight, Igorak de Fordingbridge, was sitting with the ladies at dinner in the castle of Tamworth. So when he thought that they had sufficiently devised of love and of the nature of men, he rang a little bell that stood before him upon the tablecloth. "Now, why do you ring that little bell, gentle knight?" Mr. Sorrell asked. He had himself sat beside the old knight so that he might learn by asking many questions all the nature of chivalry in such ceremonies as that day should go forward. The old knight said, "Ho, ho," in a little sound like a laugh, and he smiled at Mr. Sorrell with eyes that twinkled, but that were as if a blue gone very pale with age. "By my faith, gentle stranger, I ring my bell that silence may fall." And because there was still much talking and tittering in the hall, he rang his little bell again. Then indeed there was a silence. The ladies did not chatter or laugh. The pages all stood still as they carved before them. The servers who were bringing in dishes stood still where they were when the sound of the bell reached them. Then the little old knight said to the two pages that carved before him, "Go, fetch me the circlet of gold and the small sword of state." Then he looked at Mr. Sorrell and laughed. "The circlet," he said, "is a token of authority in matters of chivalry that has been given me by several kings, of England as well as of France and Aragon, because in my day I did certain feats of arms that were deemed noteworthy, and the sword is to perform one of the functions of the most noble arm." Little joyous whispers passed among the ladies all down the table, and most of them cast friendly glances at Mr. Sorrell and kept their eyes upon him as well as they could for their hennins, coifs, and hoods. Then the circlet was brought, and the old knight set it upon his thin white hair. The sword, which was not very long, in a sheath of shagreen and tortoise shell, was laid upon the table before him amongst the neffs of gold, of silver, and of parcel gilt. The old knight looked at Mr. Sorrell. "Gentle stranger," he said, "I will have you go round the table and stand among the pages." "What is this that I must do?" Mr. Sorrell said. The old knight repeated that he should go round the table and stand among the pages. This Mr. Sorrell did, brushing gently the backs and the hoods of all these ladies, until he stood just before the old knight in between the pages who'd been carving. Then the old knight clapped his hands, and outside a trumpet blew. After a little while there came in a great number of people who'd been dining in the castle of Stapleford, that is to say, all such as had been ready to lose part of their dinners in order to witness this thing. Amongst them were the Dean of Salisbury and the chaplain, and several of the chapter priests, the almoner and the mass priest of the Abbey of St. Radegund, and a great many ladies and others who were unknown to Mr. Sorrell. For if the truth must be known, those who had come to Stapleford Castle were the larger in number, for Lady Blanche was not loved in that countryside, but her cooks were renowned throughout all the south. Whereas of the Lady Dionysia little was known, for she was only 2 months or a little more in that country. That was why the dean and all the religious men had eaten at Stapleford. Nevertheless, they were come over to Tamworth in order that, as far as they might, they should give countenance and honour to Mr. Sorrell, for he had mightily made presents in gold and in kind, not only to the cathedral in Salisbury, but to many churches and hospitals of the neighbourhood. But the old knight had determined to do honour to the Lady Dionysia, who was his kinswoman, and so, being king of those ceremonies, he had eaten at her board. And in truth, since he had been daily in converse with this lady, whilst they were regulating how the ceremony should be carried out, she had got Sir Egorac very much upon the soft side, and could make him do all she asked. He was a widower and childless. When all the newcomers were in the hall and standing decently still, the knight rang his little bell again. Then the silence was breathless. All those motionless people gazed upon Mr. Sorrell. The old knight, too, looked at him seriously. "Gentle stranger," he said, "is it true, as I hear, that you passed last night from sundown to cockcrow in vigil and prayer and abstinence in a little chapel, containing amongst other things the good arms of a gentle knight?" "Why, it is true," Mr. Sorrell said. And indeed it was true that night he had knelt for many hours beside the Lady Dionysia in her dark and cold chapel, whilst she prayed over her arms as if she were indeed a young knight, for she said that she had more need of it than many others. Mr. Sorrell's knees were still stiff with kneeling for so long upon the stones of the chapel, though he'd been very glad to do it, and it had seemed to him that the Lady Dionysia was very right in what she did. "And is it true," the old knight asked, "that after this vigil you did not break your fast till noon was gone by?" "Why, it is true," Mr. Sorrell said, "that I did not eat until just now, and I think we did not sit down till afternoon. But I did not notice that I was fasting, for there have been so many things to do." "Nevertheless, you have abstained," the old knight said. "And is it true that, as I have heard you say this morning, you are determined to live according to the rules of high and honourable chivalry, such as I have explained them to you, to draw your sword only in high quarrels, not to oppress the poor, but to succour them and all good knights and gentle ladies, such as may be in distress? And will you give freely of your goods to the church, as I hear you have done in times past?" "Why, all this as I have told you," Mr. Sorrell answered. "I shall try to do the best of my ability, but I should wish to know why you ask me these questions." The old knight smiled gently and faintly. "And will you," he asked, "if the occasion serves, give all that you are possessed of, whether of money or of goods, whether of life or of endeavour, to the joyous and noble emprise of redeeming the sepulchre of our Lord Christ from the hands of all pagans and Saracens whatsoever?" "Why, indeed," Mr. Sorrell said, "I would do it very gladly if the occasion offered." "And will you pray for me who speak to you, that my life may pass in honour, my death be duly shriven, and my hereafter blessed in the path of the saints?" "Why, truly, that I will do for you in the souls of all Christians, whether they are alive or dead," Mr. Sorrell answered, for so the Lady Dionysia had taught him to answer this request. "Then if you will do all this," the old man said, "and if you have done as I have been told you have done, I think you will be, if God help you, a very proper man, and one fitted to enter into an honourable order. And I would have you now instantly to kneel down and pray truly. Kneel you down." And with his hand he indicated the rushes where Mr. Sorrell should kneel, but a little page brought him a cushion of black velvet. Then the old knight clasped his hands and held them above the sword that lay amongst the neffs. His lips moved, and from time to time he crossed himself. And when he did so, all the rest that were there, whether they were sitting or standing, crossed themselves too, so that nothing was heard but the whisper of prayers and the slight rustle of all their hands as they moved together. Then in a similar silence the old knight drew his sword from the scabbard. He stood up upon his feet, and being a little man, he leaned right across the table to touch Mr. Sorrell upon his left shoulder with the point of the sword. Then very quickly came a page and buckled a spur of gold upon Mr. Sorrell's right heel, and another, taking the scabbard of the sword off the table, belted it round his waist where he knelt. "Now you may rise up, Sir Wilhelm," the old knight said, "for the rest of your name it is not easy to pronounce. But I will call you of Winterbourne of St. Martin, after the name of a little castle that now I give you, along with this sword, if you will vow honourably to do such suit and service as is due to our lord the king for it." And immediately there began a great outcry of pleasure and acclamation amongst all who were there in that hall. Then most people said that it was a very worthy and honourable thing for that knight to have done, and that it gave honour to all of that countryside in showing hospitality, after a chivalrous fashion, to a gentle stranger. Mr. Sorrell rose to his feet, and with a dazed face he leaned over the table and asked the laughing knight, "What is this that has happened to me?" The knight laughed joyously back in his face. "Ah, gentle knight," he said, "it is that you become Sir Guilhelm de Winterbourne de Saint Martin, with a little castle that is hardly more than a stone house with battlements, 50 villains, a number of hides of land, and such other things as go with them. That is all I have to give you. I wish it had been more, but I am not a very rich knight." "But I've done nothing to deserve all this. If I had known of this before, I would not have taken this honour for which I am unfitted. I have none of the arts of chivalry, and I shall look like a fool parading as my betters. I am grateful to you, but you should not have done this thing." The old knight still smiled gently. "Ah, gentle knight," he said, "it is done, and it cannot be undone, so these things you must take. As to who is fitted and who unfitted for honours, it is not for you to say. This power has been placed in my hands by 3 kings, of England, of France, and of Aragon. Neither is it for you to say whether you will take this honour or no, any more than it would be for you to say whether you should be degraded from a high position or no. The one or the other you must suffer, as it pleases those set in authority above you, who promote now one and now put down another. And this is a very good lesson to learn." "But I've done nothing to deserve this," Mr. Sorrell protested again. "Ah, gentle knight," Igorach answered, "I am of another opinion. For alone and without aid you ridded this countryside of a weighty pack of robbers, by whom we were all oppressed. And the accolade of knighthood is fittingly conferred upon one who has done this, whether by the aid of little angels of God, or by his own arm alone." "But I did nothing," Mr. Sorrell said. "Friend," the old knight answered, "that I do not believe, for it is all part of a modesty in you, of which my kinswoman Dionysia has told me. And it was to avoid protestations from you that I have carried out this project behind your back. For you are fit, and I protest that you are fit, who am a commander of the Order of St. Stephen of Portugal and Aragon, and have weight in such matters. That the little angels of God aided you in that combat, I can well believe, for such things are frequently known. But that you did nothing, I cannot well believe. Or if it is so, then God surely so aided you that it was a mark that he desired to point you out as being specially fitted for the order of knighthood. And it is presumptuous and not truly humble in you to protest against this. Ah, gentle knight, Mr. Sorrell said, still I cannot think that I am indeed deserving of this honor, and I will prefer to imagine that it was the Lady Dionysia who begged it of you. She is not easily denied, and I can understand that you would not desire your kinswoman to be allied with one below the degree of a knight. The smile died away from St. Igorac's face, and his friendly eyes became cold and hard. Gentle knight, he said, that is the most discourteous speech that ever yet was made to me. And I think if I were a younger man you would not have made it, for surely I should have killed you. By my faith, I am sorry now that I have made you a knight, for such discourtesy is likely to do honor to no order. Alas, gentle knight, Mr. Sorrell said, what words have I uttered to so enrage you? For I do not know what they are. Death of my life, Sir Igorak answered, is it not foul to say that I have conferred upon a man a sacred order of chivalry at the request of a kinswoman? Could anything more foul be said to me? No, I think not, by my faith, and by little good St. Hugh of Lincoln. A good many persons had listened to this conclave. They broke in with many voices, some commending the new knight of Winterbourne of Saint Martin's, because modesty was a very proper thing, some blaming him and recommending that he ask very humbly his pardon of Sir Igorak. Some said the old knight was too hasty, and a few were ready to believe that the old knight had indeed favored the new one only because he was the paramour of his kinswoman. So there was a great clamor. But at last the dean's chaplain shouted in his stentorian voice, quelling all the others, that silence should be made because the dean desired to speak. Then the dean set himself to reconcile these two. He said that in the first place the knighthood was a very proper one, for knighthoods were conferred for great feats of arms, even men-at-arms having been made knights when they held the field, being 1 or 2 against 20 or 40, more particularly if they had stood it out against knights. And in his overcoming the robbers, the new knight of Winterbourne of Saint Martin had observed this too, for they were not all low men and hinds that he had overcome, but on the contrary, they were led by a knight, though a bad one and an outlaw. So the knighthood was very fittingly conferred. Then to Sir Igorak he said that it was known that the new knight of Winterbourne was of a modesty that was almost a squeamishness. Nay, at times it approached near even to blasphemy, as when he denied that he had gifts that other men knew to be of heavenly origin. But he would have Sir Igorak to observe how abashedly the new knight stood before him, how his knees knocked together, and how tears might be observed to be starting in his eyes, and how ready he was to make apology and all due amends. Yes, indeed, gentle knight, the knight of Winterbourne said, as soon as he could make his voice heard for the applause that the dean's speech had caused to arise, I will make any such amends as may be enjoined upon me, and I would ask you to remember how that I am only a stranger in these lands, and that I was so overwhelmed by the greatness of the fortune that has befallen me, that I may well be pardoned if my tongue in this great amazement slipped into discourtesy where I meant none. And this I swear by my faith, that from now on I will be a very proud man, for I will take such pride, and I do it now in this order of knighthood that has been given me by you. I will be so proud that perhaps many will find cause for complaint in me. So now observe that I look round upon this assembly with a haughty gaze, for I think that there is no one present who is so fine or so gentle a knight as I. At this speech there was much laughter, for amongst them all there was no knight but Sir Igorak, all the rest being ladies or priests or friars. Then the knight Igorak laughed too, and said that it was very well said, and that his anger was over. And he commanded the new knight to take for his arms such a cross as the one he had brought from the Holy Land. And he said, Gentle knight, when you have kissed all these ladies, then we will go to the tournament. And now I command the trumpets to sound for arming. Outside then the trumpet sounded, and the new knight of Winterburn of Saint-Martin kissed all those ladies upon both cheeks, beginning with the highest of them and going down to the humblest. And they were very glad of it, and kissed him joyously in return. Now, by my faith, he said at the last, I begin to feel that I am indeed a knight, and I think that this is the pleasantest place that ever I was in. Then the old knight put round the new one's neck his own collar of the order of St. Stephen, and so they went out towards the lists, Sir Igorak walking first because he was the king of those ceremonies, and having upon his right hand the new knight. End of Part 4, Chapter 4. Part 4, Chapter 5 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Madox Ford. So they sat down beneath the canopies of green boughs, some on the one side, some on the other, and when they were all seated, there came out of the pavilion that was green and white a man-at-arms who blew a shrill trumpet. There followed him another that was dressed as a herald in a square tabard that had quartered upon it the arms of the Knights of St. Stephen, these being a golden portcullis upon a green field, along with the arms of the knight Igorak, which showed a leopard passing across a field of red. This herald had been lent to the Lady Dionysia by the knight of Fordingbridge, for she had none of her own. Then, when the trumpet had blown 3 times, all the heads beneath the canopies being properly turned towards him, and a silence having fallen upon the crowd of common people who pushed and struggled and leant over the fair cloth of the balustrades along the lists, the herald read out in a clear voice the challenge of the Lady Dionysia. This was to all the world to run against her there in those lists 3 courses with the spear, 3 with the axe, and so afterwards a melee of 3 against 3. And so the herald, having delivered himself of these words, walked in a stately manner down the lists, having in his hand a gauntlet of bright steel. When he was come before the place where the knight of Fordingbridge sat, with the new knight upon his right hand, after he had made reverence to the knight Igorak, he cast his gauntlet onto the grass. By my faith, the knight Igorak grumbled beneath his teeth, this fellow will never learn his trade. Look, that glove has fallen upon its palm. It should have fallen upon its back with its fingers apart to show that it was ready to encounter the grasp of whoever would take it up. Ah, gentle knight, the new knight asked, is this then a bad omen? I do not know that it is an omen, the old knight answered, but it is a piece of very clumsy throwing, and I have had that fellow training him to be a herald for 2 years now. But I think no college of heralds will ever take him into their body. Ah, gentle knight, the new knight asked, tell me now truly, why did that herald challenge for the Lady Dionysia against all the world? For surely she's only to fight against the Lady Blanche. That is the proper form of it, the old knight said, for a good knight, when he is in armour of steel, must be ready and willing to fight with all the world. But if others should come against her, the new knight asked. Ah, gentle knight, Sir Igorak answered, of that there is very little likelihood. for there is not, that I know of, another knight in all of this territory. But if another knight should come, she must meet him or claim that she is a woman, which I do not think she would easily do, and I should be sorry if she did it. But now let us be silent, for the trumpeter comes from the other tent." From the pavilion of red and white came out the little Jehan. He carried before him in the one hand the great shield of the Lady Blanche, and in the other a long thin trumpet of fine silver. He was all in black velvet, having upon his shoulder a little badge of red and white, and upon his fair hair a circlet of large pearls. So he put the trumpet to his lips and blew a not very strong blast. Then there came out from the pavilion behind him such another herald as before. Again silence was established by the trumpet sound, for all the people there had been crying out that this little page was properly accoutred and duly solemn, so that it was a fair sight to see. Then this herald said in a clear voice how he came on the part of a Lady Blanche d'Enguerrand de Coucy, and upon that shield which the page supported were emblazoned her signs and tokens, so that all men might know who she was. And she was ready to meet with the Lady Dionysia of Morant of Ecclesford upon those terms of spears, axes, and melees. So he asked permission of the king and ruler of that tournament to come forward and pick up the glove of a Lady Dionysia de Morant of Ecclesford. Then the old knight cried out as loudly as he could, "Herald, by my faith you have spoken very well. Come forward and pick up the glove." "Ah, gentle knight," the new knight asked, "why does this herald style her the Lady de Morant de Ecclesford?" The old knight said, "Hush, hush, now there must be silence. This is solemn." The herald was walking in a stately manner along the grass of the lists. He stood squarely before the old knight and made 3 reverences. Then, bending his left knee and stretching his right stiffly behind him, he bent to take up the gauntlet. Then he stood up once more, made new reverences to the ruler of that tournament, and so walked away under a great shower of cheering, for the glove being picked up, it was permitted to people again to talk. "Now that fellow," the old knight said, "did much better, for you'll perceive that he bent very proudly and only one knee, so that it was evident that he showed no fear before this glove. This was very well done, and I take joy in having trained this fellow." The old knight leaned back upon his bench, and folding his hands leisurely before him, "This is a very pretty and gentle sight," he said, and he looked to the right and to the left upon the silks and linens of the bright cloths, upon the pavilions that rustled in the wind and shone in the sun, and upon all those people who pushed and jostled and pressed and were pressed upon the barriers. Suddenly he said, "Why, she styles herself de Morant de Ecclesford because she is the daughter of the Earl of those places, and because she protests that she is not the lady of the young knight of Egerton. She alleges that in this marriage there were forms and ceremonies omitted. So the Dean of Salisbury has sent to plead before our father who is in Rome, and this I should think you would know better than any other." "Well, I knew it," the new knight said. "Nevertheless, hearing it, and before all these people, it sounds strange." "It is by way of making a proclamation of it," the old knight said, and he looked at the new knight with a friendly and ironical smile. "The sooner these things are done, the sooner they are established in the minds of people. So now this is done, and the Lady Dionysia is without castle or home, being cast adrift and errant upon the face of the earth." "Ah, gentle knight," the new knight said, but his voice trembled. "What is all this, and what are these riddles?" "Ah, gentle knight," Sir Igorach laughed finely, "this lady, having proclaimed that she is not the wife of the young knight of Egerton, has plainly also proclaimed that she had no right either of ingress, egress, or regress in his castle of Tamworth. So she, with her 10 good men at arms and her 2 ladies that wait upon her, must go wandering from castle to castle seeking hospitality. and I think that the first castle she shall come to after these joys and tournament of today are over will be the little castle of Winterburn of Saint-Martin. This is only a little castle, no more than a stone house with battlements, yet it is the one that lies nearest after the labours and travels of this day are over. So I will ask you to give hospitality to my kinswoman, her men-at-arms and her ladies, in that your little castle of Winterbourne of Saint-Martin. And I think it would be a very discourteous knight that would refuse my kinswoman this boon. What is all this? The new knight asked. I am lost in amazement and joy. I do not know what words to find. There is all that I asked and more. For now I have a castle to my name and a knighthood and a home. I do not know what to say or how I shall prove my gratitude. Why, then you had better lose no more words, Sir Egorac laughed. And indeed I perceive that the trumpets are about to blow, and it is a grave discourtesy to speak after that sound has been heard until the course is run. I am very afraid, the new knight said. I do not know how to keep my seat between joy and fear. Now, by my faith, Sir Egorac said, gentle knight, those are not good words. You should say, God keep the issue, and believe that he will, for all these things he sees from where he sits amongst the pavilions of heaven. This it is your duty to believe as a good knight and a Christian one. And immediately a trumpet blew. Then all eyes were turned upon the two pavilions, first to the one, then to the other, and so back again. But all the people were silent because the trumpet had blown. So the curtains were drawn back before each tent, and there came out two figures all in steel upon great chargers that were covered with gay housings of silk. The one upon the left had the long lance already in rest and hooked upon the steel guerdon that protruded from the right breast of the armor through the gay surcoat of red and white silk. Before this body of steel was the great shield in red and white checkers, so that it was covered from chin to thigh, and the helmet, which had ears like wings, shone as brightly as a mirror and reflected the blue of the sky. The helmet peeped over the great shield, leaning forward so that its visor appeared to leer grotesquely and with an enigmatic threat. And the great horse danced rhythmically up and down, gently swaying the rider from side to side. Many people frowned slightly, because generally it was held as being a breach of manners to ride out of the pavilion with the lance in rest, since it showed too great an eagerness, though it was not forbidden by any rule, and some knights would do it. Lady Dionysia, on the other hand, sat upon a horse that was so still it might have been of marble. Her shield hung from its longer strap by her side, so that it covered her axe, which was strung on her saddle bow. Her saddle was very deep and high, and the butt of her spear rested upon the broad steel shoe that covered her foot in the stirrup, its point of polished steel being many feet above her head. Her visor, too, was up, so that her face showed, and she appeared like one abstracted and dreaming. She sat leaning far back in her saddle, and the only motion of her horse was that it perpetually lowered its head as if it had been bowing. Upon her helmet she had a little circlet of gold worked into points to show that she was an earl's daughter, and it was observed and commented upon that the surcoat which covered loosely her body armor, the cloth which covered her horse to the ground, and her shield too were tricked out, not with the checkers of Edgerton, but with the yellow and white zigzag of Morant de Ecclesford. Then the first trumpet blew, for Sir Egorac had raised his hands. The horse of the Lady Blanche bounded with all its feet in the air. It was a very fierce beast, and it neighed so that the sound was like a scream and a laugh. The Lady Dionysia put down her visor and covered herself with her shield, so that her helmet too appeared grim and ironic. The whole of this visor was pierced with holes, so that its wearer looked out as through a veil of lace. This was a new fashion then, and it was afterwards abandoned, since though no spearhead could enter in the little holes, though it were ever so sharp, Yet the perforations themselves were held so too weak in the visor that it might easily give way before the sideways stroke of an axe, a handpike, or even a slung stone. At the second trumpet, she lowered her spear slowly, setting it to rest in the guerdon beneath her right armpit. Now her horse was swaying a little from side to side. The third trumpet came. Then both those great horses, who had more hostility even than their riders, bounded forward, the first bound being of 2 yards or 2 yards and a half. And so swiftly they ran that, though their hind hoofs were not shod, they cast great turfs of grass high into the air, and the forefeet made deep marks in the turf, for these had iron shoes with which these beasts fought in battle. Then they came together. The new knight of Winterburn closed his eyes, for this was a bitter moment for him. There came a sharp and splintering sound like the scream of glass that is harshly broken, and then a great cry, and ho-hos from deep throats of men. Then the new knight opened his eyes, and saw that the Lady Dionysia sat back upon her horse, which was a little more than a yard beyond the halfway of the barrier. Its forelegs were protruded very far in front, and it had sunk back. Its haunches beneath the armor and the cloth nearly touched the ground, so suddenly had it obeyed its rider's command to halt. In her hand the broken spear shaft protruded upwards. The head lay full 3 yards behind the horse and very near the cloth of the barrier. The great outcry from hundreds of throats continued, and then the new knight perceived that far down the lists, so that she nearly touched the curtains of the other pavilion, the rider in red and white checkers had brought her horse to a halt and held high above her head the butt of a broken spear. Then a trumpet blew to show that that course was ended by the coming to a standstill of the Lady Blanche. "By my faith," Sir Igorak said, "that course was very well run. I had never thought that ladies could so do it, and very seldom it is that you shall see 2 spears broken at once. I think I have not seen it more than 20 times. The riders had turned their horses and were going slowly back to their pavilions. "That is a horse that I would desire to have," the old knight said, when the yellow and white went by them, its rider holding now the broken spear above her head to show that she claimed that course. "No, no," the old knight said, though he spoke to himself. "That course I cannot give you, for both lances were broken." And then he called aloud, "Ho! Let the tallies be brought." From each pavilion came its herald, bearing solemnly in his hand a stave with a handle, the one being painted red and the other yellow. These staves they handed up to the old knight, who laid them upon the table that was before him, the 2 heralds standing side by side below. Upon this table, too, there lay a sharp little knife that was shaped somewhat like a sickle. This knife Sir Igorak took into his right hand, and with his left he held the tally above the table. "Look you, gentle knight," he said, whilst his eyes remained intent upon the yellow stick that he was cutting, "this course shows you that it is evil to have much hatred in your heart, whether you ride in tournaments or where you will. For you will perceive that this Lady Blanche, being so full of eagerness, omitted to check her horse until it was far beyond the halfway of the barriers, and this is a discourtesy, for you should check your horse very soon, as the other lady did." All the while he continued slowly cutting a little white notch in the yellow wood of the tally. Then he took the red tally and began to cut at that. He hummed between his teeth a little tune. "Ah, gentle knight," the new knight said, "I wonder that you can be so calm, for assuredly you love your kinswoman, and I think here she is in very great peril of life and limb." The old knight said, and he continued to whittle away at his stick with his weak and deliberate fingers. "That would be the fortunes of war. I have seen too many taken up with the blood flowing from their mouths and nostrils. It is God, as I have told you, that keeps this issue, and these ladies are very well matched." By this time he had made a notch in the red tally, and then again he took the yellow one and began to cut it. Then, if I may not tell you of my fears, the new knight said, let me talk of my gratitude. Ah, gentle knight, Sir Egorax said, talk of it if you will, but only a very little. Sir, the new knight said, you have made me a very happy man, so that I think that if this accursed folly of a tournament were over, I should be the happiest man of this earth. For whereas yesterday all the world seemed full of doubts to me, today everything seems plain and easy. For it is one thing to set out upon adventures from a house or a castle which is your own and to which you may return, and it is another to go wandering about the world when you have no habitation and almost no name. Now I sit in this place and am of this place, and I can look other men in the eyes and think I am as good as they, or better, or a little worse, as the case may be. So that in very truth I may say that you have made a whole man of me. The old knight surveyed carefully the notches that he had made in the tallies, feeling them with his fingers to assure himself that they were cleanly cut and straight. Then with slow gesture he gave them down to the two heralds, who, patient in their gold and green and yellow and red, stood below him. Then with slow steps they walked round the lists, holding before them those staves so that all the people could plainly see. Then a great acclamation went up from all the throats, for it was observed that the Lady Dionysia had 2 notches to her score, and the Lady Blanche but 1. Why, Sir Egorax said, for the quality of your joy I am in no way to answer, but only you yourself and the circumstances in which God placed you. As for my merit in conferring upon you that accolade, it is nothing, for you have done a deed that deserved it. As for the gift of a little castle, I take shame to myself that it is so little. And surely very great would be my shame if I had not given you at least so much. For an open-handed giving is the mark by which you may know a true knight, and that is why certain orders of bannerets take for their device an open hand. And a very shameful thing for this countryside it would have been if no one had been found thus to requite you. But for one thing you may thank me, in that I gave you my collar which hangs round your neck. For that to me is very precious, since it was given me by a king when I was a very young boy in the Spanish lands. I gave you this as a token that our late quarrel was over, for at such times it is fitting that precious gifts should be exchanged. And if you will take time to think of it, I will presently ask a boon of you. And with that Sir Egorax waved his hand so that the trumpets might blow and his companion be unable immediately to answer him. At the second course the Lady Dionysia, as was plain to be seen, aimed her spear at Lady Blanche's thigh, where the shield did not cover it. This was a very difficult stroke, and one which, when it succeeded, usually unhorsed the opposing rider. But the horse of the Lady Blanche did not run steadily, so that the Lady Dionysia's spear, glancing off the armor of the thigh, thrust itself deeply into the crupper of the Lady Blanche's high saddle. The Lady Blanche's spear, upon the other hand, struck the Lady Dionysia's shield high up in the left-hand corner where the yellow bend of the blazoning began. It glanced off, but not so soon as to let it be said that she had not scored her stroke. And between the entering of her spear into the saddle and the stroke upon her shield, the Lady Dionysia was almost thrown back over her horse's thighs. All people there heard her high cry to her horse in the stillness after the clash of metal. The horse fell back on its haunches as it checked dead. But the Lady Blanche's horse forged ahead, though this time she did not forget altogether to check it. The spear, being fixed deep in the saddle, was twisted round as the horse went by and torn nearly from the Lady Dionysia's grasp. Indeed, it was taken right round behind her back, so that her arm was stretched right over her horse's hindquarters. Then they saw her lean forward in her saddle, and with a great wrench she had the spear away, so that she was saved from this disgrace. Nevertheless, her helmet with its circlet of gold and its enigmatic grin bowed with humiliation forward over her shield, and she did not hold her lance above her head to show that she claimed that course. Then the supporters of both riders, when the trumpets had blown, cheered hotly against each other, for it was held that both had done very well, the yellow and white having showed great strength. Yet it must be conceded that the Lady Blanche had scored her point, though with a less ambition. When it was a little silent, Sir Egorac cried to the herald for the red stave. The new knight of Winterbourne wished to assure Sir Egorac that he was ready to grant him any boon that he could ask beneath the sun. But having seen the Lady Dionysia nearly cast out of her saddle, his heart had leapt suddenly in his side, his throat felt weak, and in a sort of confusion he could not for some minutes think of any word either in English, French, or in French. Sir Egorac looked at him with his fine and friendly smile. "Ah, gentle knight," he said, "I think, if you will grant me this boon, and it is this. You have a great skill in the curing of all diseases. Many people you have cured, from the cripple that ran on all fours to the hens of the abbess of Saint Radegund. Now certain grievous maladies beset me. My eyes, they are dim, my teeth they shake in my jaws, my hair grows thin, and I cannot well ride my horse. My hands are very weak compared with what once they were, nor does my mouth take any longer much joy in the savour of meats and the goodly fruits of the earth. Now, gentle knight, if so be ye can, of your gentleness, let me lay my fingers upon the cross that depends from your throat, and let all these grievous and creeping ills, or some of them, be taken away from me." "Ah, gentle knight," the new knight was beginning his speech, and at first he was minded to say that he had no power to cure. Then he bethought himself, and desired to say instead that such ills as the knight had catalogued were the creeping ones that old age draws behind it, and that for these there is no cure known under the sun or the stars. But this again he did not say, for he was thinking that now he was a knight, and sat in that place, and must say only such things as were fitting. And seeking to remember how the Lady Dionysia would have spoken, he delivered himself of the words, "Ah, gentle knight, we are in the hands of God and his little angels. Of how much I may cure, or of how little, that I cannot tell you. But I think that surely the cure under God lies more in you than in me. For your faith will make you whole, or more or less, according as it is great or little. This I believe to be the truth of the very truth. And in this way only, and in no other that I know of, do I think that you could find the fountain of youth. But for the cross, surely take it into your hand and feel what it is like." "You have spoken very gently and courteously," the old knight said. He stretched out his trembling hand, and for a long time fingered the cross of gold where it hung beneath the new knight's throat. Then the herald of the Lady Blanche brought the red stave and laid it upon the table before Sir Egorac. So the old knight left fingering the cross, and took into his hand the little knife like a sickle and the red tally stick. He pressed the blade of the knife into the wood, and with one stroke this way and one stroke that, the little chip of a full notch fell out and showed a white incision. So he handed down the tally stick to the herald. And this man with slow steps walked round the lists. Then rose up a joyous outcry. The Lady Blanche had scored 2 notches to the Lady Dionysia's 2. Beneath this clamour the old knight clasped his hands and raised his eyes to the canopy of green boughs, through which here and there appeared the blue of heaven and the dancing light of the sun. "Ah, gentle knight," he said, "did you perceive how I notched that tally? Before this it caused me many little cuts, and behold, you hear my voice is fuller. The sun is more bright, the grass is greener, and I perceive now many waving coifs where before was only a white confusion. Of a surety, under God, you have worked a miracle in me. For though it is only a little thing to cut chips out of a stick, or to speak more loudly, or more plainly to see, yet it is with such little things that the joys of life are made up. So this is a great joy to me, and a most heavy return for the little castle I have given you. I think that yesterday I would have given all that I possess except such clothes as would be sufficient to make me decent only to have as much as this. For the grass is green, the sky blue, and I hear 100 little sounds of voices and winds that before I did not hear. And this much is to the great glory of God. In the third course, the horses ran so swiftly together that it was difficult to see how the spears were held, and the sound of the onset at their meeting was very little. But when they were come to a standstill, it was perceived that the Lady Dionysia's spear was shivered. But upon the point of Lady Blanche's spear there hung and shone in the sun the little gold circlet that had been upon the Lady Dionysia's helmet. "By my faith," Sir Egorax said, "that was a great stroke. Seldom have I seen a better, for there are few things more difficult than this, to pick a circlet or a feather from a helmet, if it was so intended." Then he called to him the herald of the Lady Blanche, and when the man stood before him, "Now, herald," he said, "upon life and truth, did your rider declare before setting out upon this course that it was her intention to ravish that circlet from that helmet? For if that was her declared intention, she should score 3 notches. But if it was no more than good fortune, no more she scores than 1. "Upon my faith," the herald said, "my rider said nothing of this beforehand, but declared that her intention was to bear in her opponent's visor, and so to pierce through the eyes and skull." "Well, I am sorry to hear it," Sir Egorax said, "for it appeared to me a joyous and skilful feat, and I wish it had been. Go now and fetch the tallies." The Lady Blanche had now scored 3 notches, and the Lady Dionysia 3. So when this score was made known, there was a great outcry and contentment. The riders got down from their horses and went into the pavilions to rest themselves and to gain their breath for the combat of axes. And all the people arose from their seats or pressed away from the barriers to stretch their legs by walking over the green grass. End of Part 4, Chapter 5. Part 4, Chapter 6 of Lady Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Ford Madox Ford. When the new knight of Winterburn came down from his seat, and the people perceived him, they began running together in 1s and 2s and 3s, so that soon there was about him such a great many that he could hardly move his arms or shoulders. And at first he was in a very good humour. Some cried to him for cure of their sickness, some desired alms, some largesse, some desired him to hear that they prayed for the success of his gentle friend the Lady Dionysia. Some declared that she had not been fairly judged, and that the last course should have been notched to her. Thus there was a great noise, and Mr. Sorrell could neither hear nor speak, nor so much as think. Always more people came running together, so that he could not any longer see over all their heads. Then a hot anger came over him, for he considered that, being a knight, he was not as these ragged people. Perceiving close to him one of the shepherds of the plain leaning upon his crook, he snatched from this man his great staff. This he brandished above his head. Those who were immediately before him pushed a little backwards with faces of alarm, but always those behind came crushing in. Then he brought down the staff upon heads and shoulders. There was a still greater outcry. They made a little way for him, and he pushed on. Then, growing more angry, he laid about him as strongly as he could. Still they cheered him, for those whom he did not strike thought he had done well, and those upon whom his blows fell considered that they were deserved. At last he came near the pavilion of the Lady Dionysia, and when he was near it, her Welsh men-at-arms perceived him in the midst of all these people, and rushing in to the number of 10, some catching at throats and some striking with the shafts of their spikes, they had very soon made a space in which he could walk. And so, whilst he was talking with his lady through the hinder curtains of her tent, they cleared a large free space about him by holding their pikes sideways like barriers against the chests and faces of this crowd. But all this had taken so much time that the knight and his friend had very little in which to talk. He said that his fear for her was so great that it was an agony, and with her fair and candid face framed in bright steel that was inlaid with little scrolls of gold, for her head only she could put out between the curtains according to the rules, and he might not enter them at all, she answered seriously, "Why, I do not think, gentle friend, that you need have much fear for me, for I am much the stronger of the two, and if my cousin's strength be increased by the hot rage and hatred that is within her, I think that, should she strike me such a blow as I found inconvenient to withstand, that might raise such an anger in me as should increase my own strength. For as it is, I feel no anger, and not desiring to harm her, and not desiring even very much the victory in this contest, for I have now all that I can desire. I have not yet struck as hard as I could have done. So you will have perceived that I aimed at her thigh in the second course. This was too difficult a stroke for me, and I knew it, yet I was willing that she should have that course. But very nearly, as you saw, it brought me to disaster. But I think you need have little fear, for my horse is good, my armor very strong, so that I think that at the worst I may come off with but a few bruises, unless God judge otherwise." At this moment the trumpet blew for her to get upon her horse, and she must go, so that the new knight had found nothing to say of all that he had desired to utter. The people who had beset him were beginning to run away to get the best places at the barriers of the lists. The new knight stayed until they were all gone, so that he might walk unhindered over the grass. Now it chanced that while he so waited, he looked up the valley towards the castle of Stapleford. Then he saw a great number of people, some on horse with a line of spears, and many on foot, whilst at their head was a knight upon a great horse and in dark armor. They were so far away, however, that the new knight could not see any cognizances or arms. He thought to himself that if these people did not hurry, they would not see much of the jousting, and so he went back to his seat. As soon as he was seated, the trumpet blew. Then the horses came towards each other, both riders having their shields before them, and shining axes with double heads held on high. The first stroke red and white struck, but the Lady Dionysia caught it upon her extended shield, and in turn she struck a blow that fell upon the helmet of the Lady Blanche, but the axe glanced off and came down on the red and white shield, so that it was bent a little. The next blows each of them caught very well upon their shields, so that no damage was done. But all this while the great and powerful horse of the Lady Blanche was screaming out and squealing with rage, for it hated above all things to be made to stand still when another stallion was near. And once it swerved when the Lady Blanche was striking, so that her blow fell short of the Lady Dionysia, and dropped with a hollow sound into the barrier that was between them, cutting deep in the wood of it, and tearing open the fair covering cloths. And this was considered a disgrace to her and to her horse. Then they rode back to their pavilions, when 6 strokes had been struck by each, to deliver up their shields to the herald. For the next battle of 6 strokes they must fight without shields, according to the rule. So they should have walked to the center of the lists, and there have stood until 3 trumpets blew, their axes hanging all the time to their saddle bows. But suddenly it was observed that the horse of the Lady Blanche was bounding down the lists, each bound being one of many yards. A great shout went up from all the people, for this was outside the laws of true tourneying, so that they were not called upon to keep silence, nor yet could they have done so had the laws been never so strong. So the great horse continued on its way until it was come almost level with where the other walked stately and slow. Then, enormous, it rose upon its hind legs and struck forward with its forehoofs that were shod with iron. But this blow fell short, and it descended so that its belly struck upon the barrier. Then the barrier fell to the ground, and the great horse sprang forward through the tangle of cloths and of wood. It rushed upon the other, seeking to bite with its huge teeth, but the armor and the covering cloths impeded this. Then all the people there heard how the Lady Dionysia within her helmet cried out, "Draw off! Draw off!" But though they saw the Lady Blanche pulling at her reins and driving in her spurs, so that blood showed upon the covering cloths, and they were all torn, none could say whether the Lady Blanche was seeking to draw off her horse, or whether she was urging it on, hoping that with the terrible blows of its feet it might mount upon the other and so slay her cousin. Then, to the amazement of all there, the Lady Dionysia raised her visor, and all heard her cry out, "Will you not draw off, or I will not hold in my beast?" All the people there said afterwards that they had never seen the like for horror on the combat of these horses. So they labored, cried out shrill cries, and moved terribly their enormous limbs, whilst their riders swayed backwards and forwards in their saddles. Then all heard how the Lady Dionysia cried out, "Up, Koppen!" The Lady Blanche's horse was then upon its hind legs, balancing to strike with one foot. But the Lady Dionysia's Koppen rose mountainous, and as it had been well trained for this adventure, it struck with both its feet at once, and at the same time by use of its hind legs it bounded forward. Thus, all its body being off the ground and springing through the air, its forefeet struck the neck of the other horse beneath and at the base where the breast armor begins. The Lady Blanche's horse was then upon its hind legs, so over it fell, backwards, a tower of iron, and when it fell it lay upon its rider's thigh, so that she was crushed down upon the cloths and the ruins of the barrier. Being down on account of its heavy armor, the horse could not rise, but lay kicking in the air its enormous and hairy legs. Amidst many cries there came running four of the Lady Dionysia's men-at-arms. They dragged the horse to its feet, but sideways first, so that it should not tread upon its rider. So they led the horse away, and there the Lady Blanche lay still amongst the ruins of the barrier. Her surcoat had been torn away, and all the steel of her armor showed, her hands being spread abroad. One of them still grasped the battle-axe, and the visor of her helmet directed a shining and malicious grin to the bright skies. Then when silence was called, the old knight said clearly to the Lady Dionysia, where she sat still upon her horse, "Now you may get down, and setting your foot upon that rider's chest, you may claim the victory if she do not rise before." "That will I do," the Lady Dionysia said. So she came down from her horse as nimbly as she might for the weight of her armor. She walked across to where the other lay, and lifting her foot, which was cased all in steel, she set it upon the other's chest. "Thus do I claim the victory of the day," she said, "and if there be no other to come against me, so it is mine. And if this lady's ladies will not meet with me and mine in the melee, I claim that they should be my ladies to serve me as I will, for this is my right and due." Then there came 4 men-at-arms with the litter covered with green boughs, and so they bore the Lady Blanche off that field. Then the heralds went to ask those ladies if they would fight in that melee, and after a while the trumpet spoke again, and then the herald of the Lady Blanche said from his end of the lists, "No, these ladies will not fight. They say that 3 to 2 is too many, and so they yield themselves." Then the day is mine, Milady Dionysia said, if there come no other to fight against me. The new knight of Winterbourne of Saint-Martin thought he had never seen anything so fair as she was standing upon the crushed barrier, for she was very bright in her yellow and white surcoat, and the blue of the sky was mirrored on her helmet and on her shining arms that were covered with steel. Now thanks be to God that this day is over, he said to the old knight beside him. But what is that? Amongst the crowd on the farther barrier there had grown up a great array of light spears and pikes. Many bowmen were there with their bows, pointing upwards from behind their shoulders. And in the middle of them all rode a knight in darkish armour with a long spear, who held before him a great shield checkered in red and white. Mercy of God, said the new knight of Winterbourne, I think that is the knight of Coucy of Enguerrand of Stapleford. Why, those are his cognizances, Sir Igorak said. Let us see what he will do. The knight of Coucy sat still upon his horse, his visor was up, and with his large face and cunning eyes he surveyed that scene. It seemed as if he smiled, but that might have been the shadow of his helmet. Mercy of God, the new knight of Winterbourne said, what will he do? Why, that we shall see, Sir Igorak answered. That is why I wait. Then suddenly from the red and white pavilion there came out a herald bearing upon his tabard the chequers of the knight of Coucy, quartered with the arms of the heralds of the King of England, which are 3 leopards. Behind him there walked out 2 trumpeters bearing short trumpets, from which there fluttered 2 square banners, checkered also in red and white. Why, this is to do things better, Sir Igorak said. Ah, gentle knight, the knight of Winterbourne asked, he has with him a great army of men well armed. Do you think he will now set about us? No, I do not think that he will, Sir Igorak answered. Let us hear what his herald has to say. The trumpeters having blown, the herald stood forward and said in a clear voice, Lo, my masters, this is the will of the famous and gentle knight of Coucy of Enguerrand of Stapleford. Now he will run 3 courses with light spears against this rider, who has properly and under all eyes vanquished the lady of this night. And the prize of these 3 courses shall be 100 pounds in gold, and this gentle knight will pay it if he's overthrown, together with a great chaplet of pearls, which shall be the prize of the overthrow of the Lady Blanche. But if the gentle knight be vouchsafed by God the victory of this field, they shall cry quits. And if either rider shall be cast from his horse, the victory shall be to the other, and no more courses ridden. So speaks the gentle and most famous knight by my voice. With this addition, that if this lady will claim that she is a woman, and so yield her up, the knight of Coucy and the rest will claim of her what amends he afterwards will. The Lady Dionysia had stood motionless during this speech. And first she had gone red, and then white, waves of color pursuing themselves over her face. And for a long time afterward she stood gazing down at the green grass where it was trampled by hoof marks, as if she neither saw nor heard all the noises and movements that there went on. For many women cried out that their husbands had come back from the wars, some thanking God and some the reverse. And children cried out to fathers and friends to friends amongst the bowmen and men-at-arms that stood there behind the knight of Coucy. So at last the Lady Dionysia motioned with her hand that her trumpeter should sound. Then she spoke in a clear voice. So God give me grace, and for the honor of my womanhood, she said, upon these terms I will meet with this gentle knight. At this there was a greater outcry than any there had been that day, for all the bowmen and the men-at-arms cried out too, and it was very joyous. The new knight said, Mercy of God! Sir Igorak, looking round upon him, answered his former questions. No, he said, now I am very certain that this gentle knight will not lay hands upon you and that lady. Or if he did, he must meet with me, and I will bring my many to the rescue. but he is a very good knight, and will observe the laws of chivalry. For it would be a foul discourtesy to lay hands upon the person or the friends of one with whom you've ridden in jousts. And this, I think, is why this lady has elected to meet him, and why she reflected for so long before coming to that decision." Then the new knight could no longer bear himself. He rose from his seat and ran so swiftly to the pavilion of the Lady Dionysia that no one would come before him. He found her there with her two ladies, who were in caps of steel and other light harness, for they had expected that they must take part in the melee. The Lady Dionysia had her helmet off, for she was very hot. "Now, by my faith, gentle friend," she said, "I am very much afraid." "Oh, even now," the new knight cried out, "even now claim that you are a woman." "No, no," she answered, "and it is not of this jousting that I am afraid. For I think this knight will run very negligently, and I will bear myself as well as I may, and try a difficult trick that I may unhorse him if he do not await it." The new knight said, "No, no, it is too dangerous." "Ah, gentle friend," she answered, "it is not this of which I am afraid, and I think that even if I am cast from my horse, I shall not die of it, for I am a strong woman. But that which I fear is the coming of the young knight of Egerton. For as I hear, he should have come with all his many, and they are 300 and more, whereas I have but half a score of men at arms. He should have come with the knight of Coucy, and have ridden against my cousin Blanche and me. But this morning, as I hear, he was gone from his lodgings, where they lay last night at Salisbury. And this is why the knight of Coucy came so late, for he waited that his cousin might come, but at last set out alone. Now at any moment this young knight may come, and I am very much afraid, for with my 10 we could not well fight against his 300. So there is much for you to do whilst I ride these 3 courses." "I will not have you ride them," the new knight said. "Now that must be," she answered, "but gentle knight, lose no more time, and listen to what I have to say. At first, you must see that these ladies get themselves into their women's clothes, and all their belongings from the castle of Tamworth must be got into their hutches and onto the backs of my pack horses that I brought with me from the Welsh borders. And so it must be done with all my gear too, and with yours. And my men-at-arms, 4 of them, must have a litter ready in case I fall. And you must have your horse ready and saddled, and you must send to the ladies of the Lady Blanche that they must get them ready to come along with me, for now they are my servants, and I will have their bodies or a proper forfeit. And some meats and bread we must have too, and some hides to make the beds tonight. Or if they have not these things ready by the time I've run my courses, we will do without them. So much I am afraid of this knight of Egerton." And at that moment the trumpet blew for her to get to horse, and she set her helmet upon her head, and the Lady Cunegonde buckled it for her. Her horse having been brought in from outside, she mounted it, making use of a stool, and having set down her visor, she took her shield and her spear, and having her battle-axe at her saddle-bow, she rode out when the curtains were drawn. She was quite calm, for her pulses beat hardly at all more quickly. Through the little bright interstices of her visor, she could see far away down the lists the immense figure of a knight of Coucy, holding his lance as if it had been no more than a twig, all in black armor both for himself and his horse, such armor as he had used in his battle against the Scots. And if she had been very intent on scoring her notches, he would have seemed to her a very formidable figure. But what she desired most was only to get these courses over, and to go away from the danger of the knight of Egerton. Whether the knight of Egerton would bear a great grudge against her and her friend she did not well know, but she thought that it was certain that according to the laws of gentle chivalry and of honour, he must make war upon them if he found them there upon his lands, and so must the knight of Coucy, as being his cousin and ally. Only he could not do it if he had run a course with lances against her, because all the laws held that after such a deed the opposing knight must be allowed to depart whole and free, and with all his arms and all his friends and retainers, even though they were outlaws, as happened when a knight challenged another of another country with which his own was at war. He would have safe conduct for himself and his friends, both in ingress and egress. So she was very glad that the Knight of Coucy had made her this challenge, and all she desired was to get the courses over. If she could do it, she would unhorse him by a feat or a trick, such as was permissible, but so seldom practiced because of its difficulty, that the Knight of Coucy would hardly expect it at her hands. To him she must appear such a novice as to be little more than a sucking child, but she had such a very good horse that she could well adventure upon it. So the trumpet blew. The Knight of Coucy rode gently and smiled within his helmet. It pleased him to see what a knightly figure this woman made as she put down her spear and came towards him, and he was very well minded to let her off lightly with only a good fall and no broken limb if that did not come by chance. For he was ready to consider himself beholden to this lady, since by her action his wife's leg was very well broken. And so during the winter months he might live in good peace in his castle, and go to devise and sport with his leman in the city of Salisbury when and as often as he would, until, the winter being over, the wellheads would no longer be frozen, roads would be passable, and he could ride abroad again. And for the next year he would ride into France or Almaine, for he was determined never again to ride against the Scots. Against them he had done little or nothing, for they had seen not so much as the tail of a Scots army. These things were in his mind as he rode along, bending gradually lower so that most of his body should be behind his great shield. The Lady Dionysia was riding not so very fast, but she was come almost up to him. Then he felt upon his shield such a blow as was not very formidable, but yet it was more than he awaited, and as he felt it so, he delivered his own thrust, leaning heavily forward, and his spear gave and broke, so that the Lady Dionysia did not come down from her saddle, and he perceived that her horse was checking, and he checked his. And then suddenly upon the side of his helmet that was farther away from the barrier, he felt a great and heavy stroke. "Dieu merci!" he exclaimed. "Le coup de guet!" And then he knew very well, for he could see nothing, that as she passed him, the Lady Dionysia had dropped her spear, and seizing her axe had struck backwards. This was a blow so seldom attempted that the Knight of Coucy had never thought upon it. For if the blow failed, so the knight who had attempted it was held much disgraced and could take no more part in that tournament. But if it succeeded, it was much honor to him. And as he felt that blow, which was heavy and tremendous, so with the weight of it he felt his stirrup leather break on the right-hand side. And because he was pressing hard upon the stirrup to draw in his rein, so there was nothing for him to do but to topple sideways and to fall from his horse. So he lay on his back for a moment. "Dieu merci," he said again within his helmet. "I have deserved this." And then again he laughed, for he thought this was a pleasant adventure. And at first he thought he would lie there and let her set her foot upon his throat. But then he considered that that would be too great a complaisance. So just as he heard the ruler of that tournament say to the Lady Dionysia that she should get down from her horse and do that thing, he rolled sideways, scrambled to his knees, and so got to his feet. Then he stamped and moved his arms to feel that nothing was broken, and he felt that all was well with him. And by that time the Lady Dionysia was come almost up to him on foot. Then the Knight of Coucy put up his visor and smiled broadly at her. "No, no, gentle knight," he said, "for that I will call you, and a good one. You are not soon enough to set your foot upon my throat. If you would do that, you must fight with me with swords and axes upon foot until you have me down again. But for me, you've given me a very good blow so that my head sings, and I'm very well content that you shall have this course and this day for your own." Then the Lady Dionysia put up her visor. "Nenny," she said, "I am very glad to have this day, and to let it go at that, and I take no great credit from this adventure, which came about only by the breaking of a stirrup strap." "Nenny, gentle knight," the knight of Coucy said, "the shame is mine, and the credit yours, for it is a discourteous thing to come into a tournament with an old stirrup strap. And this I've done now to my great discredit. So the day is yours, and I am glad of it, though little had I thought to see the day when a woman should put me down, or any knight either. For I think that I am the best knight in Christendom, and you have put me down. So you may tell it to your children's children as a thing much to your credit. Yet now strongly would I raid and advise you to depart, and what you've won of me, that will I send after you, being 100 pounds in gold, and a chaplet of great pearls. But I think this is not a very safe place for you to abide in." "So I think too," the Lady Dionysia said, "and when I have thanked you, so I will depart as quickly as I may." Then she held her axe over her head to show that she claimed that victory, and when Sir Igorak had given it her by calling on her trumpeter to blow, all the people there cried out and were joyous and amazed. So was ended this singular and famous tournament, and of this the chaplain of the Dean of Salisbury says in his chronicle that there was never such another one in Christendom. But in this he errs, for there was one between ladies somewhere in the south of France, but I've forgotten the place and the name. The chaplain of the Dean of Salisbury says in his chronicle that this was a shameful and an immodest thing in the Lady Dionysia, so to put on men's attire. But in his day he found few to agree with him. For it was told of many ladies that they put on the armour of knights, and went to find their true loves and did feats of arms, and sometimes they found their loves faithful to them, and sometimes unfaithful, as in the story called La Demoiselle Cavalière, which was told by Monseigneur de Fauquesnel before the Dauphin of France. And so you may read it in the book called Les 100 Nouvelles. But the chaplain of the Dean of Salisbury thought, nevertheless, that this was a great shame. Nevertheless, he comforts himself, saying that there is no evil so great, but some good must come of it, since in this tournament one woman had a broken leg and sustained other injuries, so that she lay for 3 months in bed. And this, says the chaplain, is a very good and joyous thing, for by so long was at least one woman mewed up and rendered incapable of doing the works of Satan. For all women are the emissaries of the devil for the confusion and temptation of mankind. But on the other hand, many ladies in that country took this text for sermons to their lords, telling them that it showed that ladies, if they would, were as good as knights or better. But the Lady Dionysia and her friend, and her 4 women, and her 10 men-at-arms with their pack-horses and their hutches, rode away south from the plain, and no one hindered them, and the Knight of Coucy helped them as much as he might. End of Part 4, Chapter 6. Part 4, Chapter 7 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Ford Madox Ford. The dusk was falling when they approached the little castle of Winterbourne Saint Martin. The little castle that the old knight had said was no bigger than a house of stone. Yet it was certainly bigger. They had travelled over many bridges and across many valleys, so that sometimes they had seemed to have the whole world below them, the plain stretching out behind like a sea of purple wine, and before them the New Forest with its great sea of dark tree-tops. Many of the hills up which they had travelled had been very steep, and they had gone slowly, accommodating their pace to that of the men-at-arms and the pack-horses which were burdened with their hushes. In their front there rode the Knight of Winterbourne and the Lady Dionysia, keeping always a little ahead, for they had many things to talk of. Then behind them came the 4 ladies, Amarouge, Blanchemain, Cunegonde, and Amaril. They laughed all and were very joyous, for the ladies of a Lady Dionysia loved her very well, and those of a Lady Blanche, even the little Lady Blanchemain whom she had favoured, were glad to leave her. And they all rejoiced to ride upon an adventure. Behind them came the Welsh men-at-arms, urging on the pack-horses. They passed no villages and few people, for this was a very wild and deserted country. Now they were in a broad valley that was all grass, and as the sun set they perceived the castle standing upon the hillside by itself, for the church and the little village which belonged to it were over the hill. Up to the castle there led a little road which had not been much used of late, so that it was nearly all overgrown with grass. That day there was a new moon, and it shone tremulously above the little castle that had a very high-pitched roof, running along the whole length, whilst round it went the battlements. Round this castle there was a moat, so they rode over the drawbridge that was down, and at the other end of a drawbridge a very old and stupid man met them, and gave up to them the keys. They could make nothing of him, for he could not understand the speech they spoke. He was of Hampshire, and those of them who spoke any English at all spoke it in the manner of Wiltshire, which was very different. So they laughed and let him go. Now they must be very busy with torches lit, going from room to see where they should be housed. The horses must be taken to their stables, which lay round a courtyard, though it was all encompassed by the moat and a wall with towers and bastions, but they were small ones. To house all these people was not a very easy thing, for no one there had been in a castle of that shape. It was very old, and the oldest part of it was a dwelling house that had been built before the Normans had come into that countryside. Upon one side of the arch at which they had ridden in there was a great hall, and this they judged to be the dining hall, for along its walls there lay boards and trestles. In one corner was a plough and several billhooks and scythes. And in this room there was no fireplace. Over against it, on the other side of the arch, there was such another hall of the same size, but cut in half by a wall of plastered laths. Beyond this wall there was a chamber that they judged must be my lady's bower, for it had a closet of boards that had been painted, and in this closet they found pegs on which to hang clothes or armor, and perches for hawks or parrots. Above these were 3 fair rooms where they might harbor guests. Above this the great roof chamber that ran all along this part of the building. Now if the ladies slept in the upper rooms, where should the guests sleep? And if the men-at-arms slept in the roof chamber, that would not be good husbandry, for how could they defend the gate if any sudden attack should be made upon it? And again, how could my lady call her ladies if by chance she fell ill at night? So they went walking about with their torches and laughing, and at last they found that round the courtyard where the stables were many more rooms, so that there was a great kitchen, an armory, butteries, a great cellar, and 14 rooms where men or women could sleep. Then they all laughed gaily and made merry. So then they went back to the smaller hall, and there the Lady Dionysia made a reverence to the Knight of Winterburn, and asked him to command how he would have all his servants to sleep. He said to her, "Gentle friend, this bower with the closet shall be your bower, and the more so in that I have perceived that a little door in the closet leads into the large room that is behind it in the courtyard, and this room again has a door into another large room. I will let your lady sleep in the first of these 2 rooms, so that they may come to you the more easily through the little door in the closet. Then in the second of these rooms shall sleep the pages when we get them, and in this room where we stand I will sleep myself until we are married, which I hope may be soon. And for the men-at-arms, they shall sleep in the large room that is behind the banqueting hall, but one shall keep watch from the battlements by day, and one shall keep the drawbridge, and 2 shall stand beneath the arch all night to be on the watch. And when we have cooks and servers and grooms and hinds and other servers, I will allot to each kind their rooms." Then everyone said that the new knight had spoken very well, and Milady Dionysia that she was very glad that now they knew their places. For she'd ridden all that afternoon in armour, though without her helmet, so great had been their haste to get them gone from the neighbourhood of Tamworth. The new knight bade the men-at-arms bring in Milady Dionysia's hutch and her bed, and set them down in that room. Then Milady Dionysia went in with her own 2 ladies, and the new knight said that he would have the men-at-arms strew rushes on the floor after she was come out again. Then the new knight very courteously begged the ladies Amoureuse and Blanchemain that they would go into the banqueting hall, and taking with them 2 of the men-at-arms, would see to the setting up of the boards, and covering them with cloths, and so making things ready for supper. And they should see that rushes were thrown upon the floor, and torches set in the rings on the wall, that they might have light by which to eat. Then he commanded 2 others of the men-at-arms to see to bringing in the hutches and the bedsteads of those ladies and of himself, and sacks, baskets of food, and skins, and such barrels of wine, ale, metheglin, and mead as they had time to bring with them. So, having set all these people to work, he went away himself with the 4 men-at-arms that remained, bearing torches because it was quite dark. It was his will to go to the priest of that village, and to pray him to tell them where they might find such as owed him service, so that that night they might have lads for servers, and some young girls for servants, and old women to see to the rushes on the floors. For fortunately they had discovered in the courtyard a great provision of rushes, and for the matter of servants, these should have been there awaiting them by the rights of it, the children of his villeins coming with their parents to ask what was desired of them. But the Knight of Winterburn judged that they had been too frightened or too wary to come, and he was determined to begin at once in the way that it was his intention to pursue. For now he felt himself to be a knight and the lord of that manor. The ladies Amoureuse and Blanchemain said that all this was very well thought out by the knight, who was likely to make a good master if he continued as he had begun. So he went over the hill with his men, and saw in the starlight and in the moving light of torches for the first time the village that he possessed. Here there were as many as 50 houses, with mud walls whitened and with thatches of straw. They ran in a straggling street down a gentle hill. Behind the cow-yards they perceived, black and looming, a church tower, and beside it a small stone house, which was the only one that had lights in it. There undoubtedly dwelt the priest. So they knocked upon his shutter, and he came out and was glad to see them, and ready to do what he could to help them, for he foresaw that he would have from henceforth meals and good cheer in the little castle. So they went with their torches from house to house, and it was not long before they went back up the little hill, driving before them 7 lads, 4 young girls, and 5 cows to give them milk next morning. Some of these peasants' children wept and cried, and some were sullen, for as is the nature of peasants, they had hoped that their duties would die out through disuse. But the girls, for the most part, were contented to escape from the surveillance of their mothers. They thought that life would now be more joyous for them, and they would be better fed and lodged. As for hard work, they had had it all the time. So they all went into the little castle under the archway, and the priest having come with them, said grace and blessed that house and board. The peasants served them as best they might, and for the food it was all of it brought from Stapleford. So they contrived to be merry and to eat and drink well. And when the boards were drawn, the new knight set all his household various tasks of sweeping and making the beds ready, and bringing in brushwood for the fires. The priest went away back to his little stone house, and it was about 9 o'clock at night, and all the doors of the castle stood open, with men going in and out upon their errands. So the Knight of Winterburn and the Lady Dionysia were at peace in the smaller hall on the left of the archway. In the corner of this room there was a fireplace, and here now a great log threw up loud flames. 2 torches were in rings upon the walls. The floor was thick with rushes in their sweet scent. They had 2 stools before the fire, and the bed with its hutch at the foot was made, and had a coverlet of foxskins that was pretty to see in the firelight. The Lady Dionysia sat before the fire with a distaff and twisted the wool from it in her fingers. The Knight of Winterburn walked up and down in the rushes near her. "Now, God be thanked, gentle friend," he said. "I have all things that I desire, save the one, that we may be married soon, and I think that life will now be more pleasant and more gay than I had ever thought men's life could be." The Lady Dionysia, looking down on the ground, crossed herself and said, "Give thanks to God and his little angels and all the saints." "Why, so I do," the knight said, "and very well I think I ought to do so." Then the Lady Dionysia said, "I think you have done very well this day, so that it is a marvel how you have directed all these people." "Why, I had directed many people in my day," the knight answered. "I think it is what I do best and most gladly. And very gladly I have done it this day, for I had grown tired of being at all times a looker-on." "Nevertheless," the Lady Dionysia said, "that time was not all lost, for in looking on you have used your eyes to good purpose, so that you can comfort yourself very well as a gentle and terrible knight should. Certain strangenesses you have that one may mark, but in this country, where all men are from different parts, some being from France, some from Normandy, some from Bretagne, some from the north, and some, like myself, from the west, it would be strange if all knights did not show differences of conduct. So I am very proud of you, for nothing makes a woman more glad than to have a well-seen husband." "Well, all this has come very easily to me," the new knight said, "for I have traveled in many lands and seen many people. Moreover, it is said that the English, above all other nations, have the power to adopt strange manners and to settle easily in far countries. And I am English more than most people." So he let himself down by her side in the rushes. He stretched out his feet towards the fire and leaned his back towards her skirts. And so he sat looking at the fire and playing with his right hand amongst the little pearls that were sewn on to her shoes. "Yes," he said, "in this autumn and winter that are coming, I will set myself diligently to the husbandry of this manor. I will study very carefully what are my rights and what are the peasants', and which are my lands and where they have the right to plough. And in these months, too, I will get hawks and dogs, and so we will ride hunting and hawking, so that I may perfect myself in these noble arts of falconry and venery, and this will be for your pleasure too. And from the gentle knight Sir Igorak, who dwells not so far from here, I will take lessons in the arts and laws of chivalry and of heralds. And if I may come to it, I'll practice myself with spear and sword and heavy armor, but I think I am too old for these things. Nevertheless, I will try it." So the Lady Dionysia let down her hand that had been twisting wool from the distaff and let it rest upon his shoulder. "All this I am very glad to hear," she said. "And when the winter is over and the spring well advanced, so that the crops and seedlings show in our lands, that we may know the harvest will be good, then we will ride abroad into far countries, and see the great forests and the broad rivers, the vast plains, the mighty cities, and the puissant kings that you have desired to see. And this I should wish to do at once, for I know that would be to your greater pleasure, gentle friend. But already summer is spent, and the leaves are turning yellow upon the hills, and for journeying in the winter that is nothing. And I think, too, wisely we must wait for news of what answer shall be made to our petition in Rome, so that we may be married the sooner." "Ah, gentle friend," the Lady Dionysia said, "your plan is much the better, and in all things you are discreet and most wise, so it is more well with me than I can utter." She put her distaff down beside her in the rushes, and with both her hands drew up his face that lay in her lap. And for long she kissed him on the mouth, and so afterward sat with her cheek upon his forehead, gazing at the fire, and thinking upon the journeys that they would make. Her dress was all of green cloth, being very long, and the long sleeve sewn with yellow silk, and her hennin was very broad and white, for she loved this fashion of headdress better than any other, though new fashions were constantly arising. And the knight of Winterbourne was all in brown cloth with the great hood cast back, and his shoes of brown leather were very long, but were not tied up to the knee, for in such shoes you cannot ride. So they sat in the firelight, and devised of the summer days that lay before them. Upon the valley track in the starlight, a man came riding furiously upon a light horse in the fashion of a hackney. It was all dark where he rode, and there was danger from the roughness of the way, but he cared nothing because of the black rage that was in his heart. For that day in the city of Salisbury, his leman had left him. She'd gone away with a richer man who had seen her at a window and had promised her many dresses and a painted bower of her own in the town of London. But who this was he did not know, nor could he find any trace of where they had gone. And so he had ridden very fast to the castle of Stapleford, leaving all his men masterless and forlorn in the city. Being come to Stapleford, he learnt the news from his cousin Milady Blanche, lying abed with her leg broken, raging and cursing God. And from her he learnt that all the evil that had befallen upon them came from this stranger, who had come with the magic cross, and from his half-wife, the Lady Dionysia, who was a very evil witch from the marches of Wales. And it was these two, without doubt, who had spirited away his leman Gertrude. The Lady Blanche whispered these things into his ears until he was frenzied, bidding him revenge himself. His cousin of Coucy would have given him better counsel, but that night was down by the riverside, seeing how his men folded up his pavilions and took down the lists. For here was much wood cut that would make good firing in the oncoming winter. So the young knight had ridden furiously, having drunk much wine and mead, through all these men at the riverside, paying no heed to them. Neither could anyone overtake him, for his horse was very fast and enduring, being an Arab that his brother the old knight, now dead, had brought from the Holy Land. It was dusk when he passed his great castle of Tamworth, and night fell dark whilst he climbed the great hill behind the town of Wiley. And all the while as his horse scrambled up the hill or galloped down valleys, there ran in his muddled and agonized mind two only thoughts: the one that he would force these bitter sorcerers to conjure his Gertrude back as they had conjured her away, or else he would seize the cross which gave that wizard his power, and so he himself would force her to come back. So he thought over and over again as he rode through the night, and his bitter tears fell down because his leman had left him. And he was fully convinced that this had been done by sorcery. So often had the Lady Blanche, lying in her bed, declared this to be the case. So at last in the black night he perceived the torches of people going about on the hillside like moving stars, and the lights of the little castle showed black against the sky. With no thought of a danger that he ran, entering alone and unarmed, he rode in over the drawbridge that was down and threw himself beneath the archway from his horse. The horse ran on into the courtyard, and he pushed open with violence a door that was upon his right-hand side. He staggered into a large hall, and at first he could not see because of the brighter light. Then there screamed out the Lady Amoureuse, and ran past him through the archway and into another door. So he turned and followed her. He came into this room covered with sweat and mud and with his eyes staring. The Lady Dionysia was rising from her stool. The Lady Amoureuse was crouching back against the wall at the far end of the room, with her eyes very large and full of fear. The new knight of Winterbourne was sitting on the rushes and looking back over his shoulder. Towards him the young knight ran and cried out in a lamentable manner, "Give me back my leman! Give me back that I love!" The new knight turned him slowly round in the rushes. "Ah, gentle knight," he said, "what is this?" "Give her back to me! Give her back!" the young knight cried out. The Lady Dionysia went quickly into her bower to fetch from it some weapon, for all her harness had been put in her closet. But because it was dark in that room, she could not well find the latch of the door of her closet, so she lost some time. The new knight was drawing in his legs to rise from the rushes, and before him the young knight exclaimed perpetually, "Give me back my leman that you have taken!" And then suddenly he changed his cry and said, "Give me the cross that I see at your throat!" The new knight covered the cross with his hand. He was upon one knee now, and had the other foot upon the rushes, ready to stand up. "Nay, gentle knight," he said, "I do not know if I should give you this cross or no. For it was given me in trust by a lady, the wife of an Egerton of Tamworth. That is true, and if you had a wife, I would give it to her. But I think your only wife is Lady Denicia, and yet it is not right for me to give this cross to her, for that would make it soon my own, and I think I have no right to it, but am only its guardian." "Thou fool!" the young knight screamed out. "The only wife I have is this Gertrude, for I married before a hedge priest in Derby. I thought, fool that I was, that this would tie her to me." And suddenly he began to sob and cry and hit his chest with his immense and knotted right hand. But his news had been so astounding that the new knight was struck perfectly still where he was, with one leg bent and the other stretched out behind him as he was rising from the floor. He could find no words to speak, for in his astonishment he had no thoughts to utter. Then a new and violent gust of rage came over the young knight, and without more words he sprang at the throat of the Knight of Winterbourne to wrench from it the golden cross that he coveted. He fell upon the new knight with an enormous force, for he was considered to be the strongest man, whether in Christendom or in heathenesse, of that day. But because the new knight was only half risen to his feet, so before this shock he overbalanced backwards and fell his full length. His head struck the stone of the wall and came forward upon his chest, and he lay stone still with his eyes shut. Then the young knight sprang down upon his hands and knees at the throat of the Knight of Winterbourne to have the cross. But so firmly was the head of this body pressed down upon the chest that he could not come to the chain of the cross because it was under the chin. So he began to wrestle this body away from the wall. The Lady Amoureuse screamed, "Ah, murder!" She ran across the room and over the young knight's back, set both her hands round his soft throat. And so great was the strength that God and love gave her that moment, that when she pulled the young knight off the dead man's body, he staggered half across the room, turning round as he went. And there against him stood the Lady Denicia, coming out of the doorway of her room, the long dagger in her hand. Her eyes were enormously large and stared hardly like two blue stones. Her mouth was stretched tight open as if she desired to scream but could not. The young knight stared at her stupidly, for he did not know who she was. She raised the dagger and drove it through his throat with such force that it stuck in the bones of his throat behind, so that she could not draw it out again. Then he clasped his hands over his eyes and spun round upon one leg, the other being drawn up in agony. Cry out he could not, for the dagger was through his throttle. Then a great fountain of blood poured from his throat, his mouth, and nose, and so he fell down and died as the blood ran from him. End of Part 4, Chapter 7. L'Envoi, Chapter 1 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance by Ford Madox Ford. It was very great pain. It was pain unbearable, shed over all his limbs. Such pain as makes one cry out that no destiny has the right to inflict it. Voices spoke in his great darkness, as if from outside it, arrogant and distant voices. Then his eyes saw a bare white room, so much light that it hurt, bare white walls, a bare white ceiling, and an overpowering, hateful odor. He struggled with his hands. His own voice said, "Let me go back! Oh God, let me go back!" His eyes filled with tears. A woman stood looking at him from the foot of his white bed. A woman with an impassive face and pursed lips. Her hands were folded before her. It seemed to him as if she must be in power over him. His eyes rolled in agony, his lips wavered. "Par pitié et amour de Dieu," he said. "Let me go back." She looked at him impassively for a moment. She was in a blue print dress that was almost covered by a white apron with great pockets. Suddenly she parted her hands to put one of them into one of these pockets. She drew out, with a deliberate action, a small cylinder. She turned and walked to the wall. Upon it there was nailed a square of paper. It was divided by rectangular lines, and across it ran another, more black, zigzagging up and down. She surveyed this for some moments, holding the pencil case to her lips. A man looked out of a sort of cupboard. He had on a white linen coat that covered him from his chin to his feet. He looked at Mr. Sorrell. He had a hard, keen expression, and he was pulling off his hands very thin, brown, viscous gloves that stuck gummily to his skin. These seemed to Mr. Sorrell to be disgusting, like an obscene insult. The man nodded to the woman, who was looking at him over her shoulder. She had on a white linen cap, folded like a coif that hid all her hair. The man went into the cupboard again, sideways, withdrawing his head last of all. The woman continued to look at the paper with the squares and the zigzag. She raised to it slowly the hand holding the silver pencil. She made a round mark at the end of the zigzag line. Then he heard his own voice say distinctly, "Temperature chart!" There was a sound from his left side, near his shoulder, the slight ejaculation of a woman's voice. He moved his head. There beside him was another woman. She was all in black. Her face was pallid and lined. In her dark hair was a great strand of gray. Over her shoulder there looked the face of a boy of 20, abashed, curious, very fair, with friendly, honest eyes, but a weak mouth. The woman's eyes were very large and dark. At one time they must have been very beautiful. They filled slowly with great tears that overflowed their lids, ran down her cheeks, and dropped onto her black dress. They looked down on him as if in an agony. Her hands clasped themselves together upon her chest. He gazed at her wonderingly, like a child. The boy looked into his eyes, wonderingly too, over his mother's shoulder. Then Mr. Sorrell said, "Mrs. Lee Edgerton!" His hand fumbled with a thin metal plate that lay on the coverlet beneath his fingers. He knew he had been clutching it tightly for a very long time. His hand was so weak that he could not lift it, but he moved it slightly across the bed towards her. "This is yours," he said. "I've kept it faithfully." And his fingers opened themselves. She cried, "Oh, thank God! You've come back. I have so prayed." The young man stepped in front of his mother. "Sir William Sorrell," he said, "I want at the very first moment to thank—" The nurse had come quickly over between mother and son and the patient. She said, "Hush, hush, not now," and with whispers drove them, as if she had been a sheepdog, from the room. "So they have knighted me," he said. "I thought they would." And he added with bitter contempt, "Knighted, for publishing encyclopedias." The nurse said, "Hush, hush," and going towards the window she excluded most of the light. With curtains or shutters, he could not see which. "You must not talk, you must sleep," she said. She came close to his head, and feeling in her apron pocket, took out another silver thing. She opened it and held in her fingers a little tube of glass. She approached it to Mr. Sorrell's lips. "What's the good of it all?" he said. She placed the thermometer between his lips. His teeth closed upon it, and he lay staring into the dusk and thinking. Then she took the thermometer to the crack of light in the nearer of the two windows. "Wasn't there another?" he asked. "Another nurse?" She looked towards him through the twilight. "Yes," she answered. "There was another one before me. She broke down. But you ought to thank her and the doctor." And then she added, "And God, of course," perfunctorily. "Ah, but I don't thank them," he answered. "I want to go back. It's as if there were a curtain. I want it drawn. It must be drawn away." His hand struggled feebly on the counterpane, and because he was very weak, he began to sob pitifully. The nurse went quickly towards the door of the washing cupboard. "Doctor," she said, "he had better have the draft at once. He won't rest till then." End of The Envoy, Chapter 1. L'Envoi, Chapter 2 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, by Madox Ford. 2 months later, Sir William Sorrell was sitting at his large desk in the great room looking into Covent Garden. The desk was covered with an entanglement of letters and agreements. A thin young man with a blue-shaven face, lantern jaws, large hollow eyes, and carefully oiled dark hair was gathering up the letters into parcels. "It's a comfort to have you back, sir," he was saying. "These past 4 months have been a responsibility, a heavy responsibility." Sir William seemed to have grown heavier, older, and, so his subordinate thought, slower and more morose. There were such heavy creases under his eyes. 2 clerks came in bearing a number of books, the heavy ledgers of the firm of William Sorrell and Son. Sir William looked down one column of figures after the other. "Where are the figures of Claflin's voyage round the equator?" he asked. "They're, of course, not all made up, sir," the other answered. He stood behind his master, rigid like a thin soldier at attention. "What's about the figures?" Sir William asked. The subordinate looked at a slip of paper in his thin fingers. "I thought you would be interested in that, sir," he said. "We've done 11,000 sets in parts, and there are several reorders today." Sir William said, "Ah," bitterly. "It's not so bad, sir," the younger man deprecated. "It's better than we've ever sold a thing in parts. It gives us back all the capital plus 40%, and the book orders are fairly heavy. We publish next week." "And the other things?" Sir William said. The younger man indicated the books with his thin finger. "We've done pretty well, sir," he said. "Better than in any year before at this season." Again Sir William uttered his "ah" of a deep bitterness. The young man paled and winced. In that office Sir William was a very dreaded figure. Suddenly the telephone bell rang violently in the silence. Sir William started and clutched at the receiver so hurriedly that it rocked on its weighted base. Yes, what is it?" he called out. A nasal and a drawling voice said from the recesses of the instrument, in tones of intolerable slowness, "Who have I the honor of talking to?" Sir William answered peremptorily, "We are Sorrell and Son. And who are you?" The voice answered with the same intolerable drawl, "I am Nathan P. Cole of the Waterbury Book Company. I am at the Savoy." Sir William answered, Don't know the name of the firm. What do you want?" "To who am I speaking now?" the voice asked. "I am Sir William Sorrell," Sir William answered, and he cursed beneath his breath. "I thought you were dead," the voice said. "The New York papers said you were killed in a railroad smash." Sir William said patiently, "No, it was my uncle who died, William Sorrell Sr., but I'm very busy. Perhaps you'll tell me what you want." "I have heard your uncle was a fine old English gentleman," the voice drawled. "I'm really sorry to hear of his death. A fine old English gentleman. I didn't have the pleasure of his acquaintance." Sir William said, Yes, but what do you want?" "I have heard say he was like a knight of old," the voice drawled on. "Might have been out of the 13th century. Or which do you call it when it has 13 before it?" Sir William said, "Oh, damnation. Here, McCracken, take this blasted thing and find out what the man wants." And lunging up from his desk, he began to pace up and down agonizedly, with his nerves all tortured, whilst McCracken stood with the telephone to his ear, attentive, like a sentry with a cunning face. "What is all this?" Sir William was muttering between his teeth. "What is the good of all this? Any fool could do it. What does it all amount to? It's all rot. It's all weariness." The ground glass door opened, and there came in young Lee Edgerton, with his honest eyes and his weak mouth. He had a book under his arm. "I got the Lee Edgerton manuscript report," he said. "They had it at the London Library. It says that the Greek slave disappeared clean, and the Knight of Edgerton too. Nothing more ever heard of them, or words to that effect." Sir William said, "Ah." "This Yankee Johnny wants to know," McCracken said from the telephone, "whether we'll do any exchanges from our commercial enterprise magazine with the Waterbury Eagle. He says he hears that our CEM is very good, and he thinks he could do a trade." Sir William said, "Oh, tell him to go to hell. Tell him we could never touch American stuff. Tell him it's written so badly that no English cow could read it. Tell him it's old-fashioned and that no American ever had an original idea since 100 years before Columbus committed his crime." And having so uttered his exasperation, Sir William looked at young Lee Edgerton. The boy continued, "There appears to have been some sort of lawsuit between a Lady Dionysia de Morant and a person calling herself Gertrude de Edgerton. But after a number of years, the son of a Lady Dionysia was declared the heir to all the lands." Sir William said, "My God, then she had a son." "According to Burke," the young man continued, "this son was the founder of all the families of Edgerton, of whose chief branch the last descendant is Charles Lee Edgerton, Esquire." And the young man added, "That's me." Again Sir William said, "My God." Along the whole front of the room, beneath the 3 tall windows that gave a dim and drizzling view of Covent Garden, with yellow cabbage leaves everywhere stamped into the wet and greasy cobblestones, there ran a long, leather-covered and deep divan. Into this Sir William sank. His eyes wandered round the large room. All the walls were covered with tall, glass-fronted bookcases of yellow oak, containing works published by the house of Sorrell and Son. On the floor was a great Persian carpet with a very thick pile all in blues and reds. And in the center of the great carpet was the great desk, beside which McCracken still stood, holding the telephone to his ear, smiling slightly and looking half-starved. And it seemed odd to Sir William to remember that once he had thought of this great room as something rather august, rather like a temple, in which he had considered himself to sit like a high priest, or at any rate the prime minister of the kingdom. Now that his uncle was dead, The old man had died from shock on hearing of the accident to his nephew on the day after the king had conferred upon him the baronetcy that Sir William had so immediately inherited. The old man being dead, he sat there and owned the whole thing, and he did not want to. He had not any use for it. His eyes looked musingly at the young man. He was tall, slight, fair, very much like what Sir William remembered himself to have been at that age, except for the boy's chin, which was no good. It was the chin that undoubtedly accounted for the scrape he had got into at Cambridge. It wasn't a morally very bad thing, it was a weakness, though the offence had an ugly name. The young man wanted propping up. He wanted regular work, and Sir William was glad that he promised to take young Lee Edgerton into the business. He looked at McCracken, too. This hard-bitten, industrious Scotsman was just the stuff to give moral support to a boy with a weak chin. If he set them both there at that desk, it would be the very way to keep the young man out of mischief. McCracken said from the telephone, "This joker wants a set of the CEM sent to the Savoy. He keeps on wanting to do a trade with us." "Oh, send him 3 sets. Send him 20, Sir William answered. "The man is no good. Cut him off." He had recovered a measure of good humor. And then again the door opened, and there came in a small, sallow man of perhaps 50, with dyspeptic eyes, a stiff brown mustache, and long, thin fingers. This was Mr. Bunter, an author who wrote twice a year a volume of salacious memoirs for Sir William's firm. He said, "Hello?" in a voice so savage and sharp that he appeared to be snapping at something. "You're back. Nearly got you, though, didn't it?" Then he sank down into the divan near Sir William and looked with a sardonic gloom at the carpet. He appeared to have nothing more to say. The young Lee Edgerton said, "It's odd what strikes people. This chaplain Johnny who wrote the Chronicle of Tamworth, what struck him most about the miracles that the Greek slave did was that he cured the chickens of some old abbess." "Well, you see," Sir William said, "he considered that miracles are worked by God, and he would consider it odd that God should take the trouble to perform miracles for fowls which have not got souls." Mr. Bunter gave a curious sideways glance at Sir William, whom he considered a sort of imbecile. "And, of course," Sir William continued, "the miracle of the chickens wasn't a miracle at all. I don't say anything about the other cures. They may have been faith healing, or they may have been the grace of God. But the chicken business was just common sense." Sir Bunter said disagreeably, "You can't cure chickens with common sense." "Can't you?" Sir William said. "I'll tell you how it was done. The chickens were on the north side of the south wall of the convent, shut up in a little pen, about 40 of them, all in a filthy condition and never getting a glimpse of sunlight. So he—" "Who?" Mr. Bunter asked. "The pilgrim," Sir William answered. "I thought it was a slave," young Lee Edgerton said. "Nobody knew what he was," Sir William answered, "but at any rate he made the Abbess of St. Radegund make a hole in the wall, so that the chickens could get out into the sunlight and have some green grass to eat. Of course they picked up in a day." "What's all this?" Mr. Bunter said, as if someone had insulted him. "What are you all talking about?" Sir William looked at McCracken, who was standing patiently by the desk. "What screw do you get?" he asked. McCracken slowly rubbed the palm of his hand on his well-oiled hair. £3.15 a week, Sir William, he said. "And you'll run this whole show for 4 months for £3.15 a week?" Sir William asked. "What do you suppose I draw?" McCracken smiled modestly. "About 6,000 a year, Sir William." "And you've run it so as to show a bigger profit than ever I did," Sir William said. McCracken answered, "Oh, well, Sir William." "What then?" Sir William asked. McCracken only grinned painfully. "It means," Mr. Bunter said with a sour joy, "that any fool could run this show." Sir William continued his catechism of McCracken. "Ever read any books?" I never have the time, sir, McCracken answered. Neither have I, Sir William answered, so there we are. McCracken continued to grin as if he were an idiot. Sir William had such a bitter manner, or else McCracken would have supposed that he was going at least to make him a partner. On the other hand, he might be so jealous as to throw him out of the firm altogether. Such things had been known to happen in the city. Well then, what does it all amount to? Sir William asked. Look here, Mr. Bunter said sardonically, I didn't come here to listen to metaphysical discussions. I want to sell a book. I have discovered that Margaret of Anjou had a bastard daughter. I don't want to buy books today, Sir William said. But you've got to, Mr. Bunter answered, or else I'll take it to fitters. I'll tell you it's gorgeous. I want to get begun on it. This daughter of Margaret Anjou was called Gabrielle de Peace. She had 120 lovers. I tell you, I'm going to make this the book of the world. We sold 6,000 of the love affairs of Ninon d'Enclos. We'll do 20 of this. I'll give her the atmosphere of medieval love. I'll make you see it. Sir William said, You, as if he were going to be sick. He rose to his feet violently. Get out of this office, he said. You would profane a brothel, a little toad like you. Get out before I kick you. Mr. Bunter rose and crossed to the door. He was limping slowly. Did Margaret of Anjou happen to be your great-grandmother? He said sardonically. You couldn't bet safely on who your great-grandfather was. Anyone would think you've been looking up your pedigree because you've been baroneted. And he went out of the room happily. Look here, Sir William said. I've done with this show. I can't stand it. I'm going. I shall turn it into a limited company. You can be general manager, McCracken, and I dare say you can find Lee Edgerton here a job as secretary. I'm not fit for work, and this work isn't fit for me. I'm going. Anybody could run this show. If you took a postman or a cabman or a board school teacher or anybody who could keep sober, they could run this show or any other show in the city. It isn't a man's work, this. It doesn't need brains, courage, intelligence, or even common honesty. Nothing does here. The place is vulgar, the time is vulgar. The language we speak is vulgar, so are the thoughts we think. Everything is vulgar. Even the air. Come along, Charlie. But, Sir William, McCracken said. Oh, you can settle it all with Parks and Parks. They'll do the job of turning it into a limited company. That's all. I'm going. He picked up his hat and umbrella and almost ran out of the room. In Henrietta Street, he stopped suddenly and looked at young Lee Edgerton. You're Dionysia's last descendant, he said. Then you must be my... He passed his hand down his face. But I'm mad, he said. It was a dream. He felt better when they got to Salisbury and were riding along Fisherton Street and up to the right, so that they came very soon out onto the plain above Bemerton with its little church. They rode on. It was a very grey day. Sir William was looking for a long, shallow valley. He could not find it, or he found too many. At last they came down by the old path to Berwick St. James, and so along the road towards Wishford. But there was no castle. On its place stood a farmhouse of stone with many stone outbuildings, and here and there a green mound. So that was all there was left of the great castle of Stapleford. Then they rode along the green valley beside the little stream with its poplars and elms. Here and there a trout rose, and there were still swallows amongst the rushes. Of Tamworth it was less even than of Stapleford. Upon a knoll 6 stone cottages huddled very close together, where of old the stables had been. Then they crossed the stream and went over the great hill beyond the town of Wiley. To young Lee Edgerton, Sir William seemed a somewhat alarming figure. His eyes were red, so that they seemed upon the point of shedding tears. He muttered to himself now and again in some language that was certainly not English. When they came to the top of the Wiley hill on the shoulder of a great down, He pointed a little way off the road to a circular clump of dark pines. "There used to be a gallows here," he said suddenly. "They hung Hugh Fitzgeraldville on it, and his body could be seen from 4 counties. "You seem to know a lot about this part of the world," young Lee Edgerton said. "I ought to," Sir William answered. "But it has changed. It's changed. Let us get on." And he set his spurs into his horse so that it galloped up the hill. And after that there was never such riding as young Lee Edgerton had that day. They went up a hill straight over the tough brown grass, disdaining the white roads that climbed aslant. They galloped down the hills as straight, and so up again once more. It was more than the young man's wind could stand, and his horse was not so good as Sir William's. Nevertheless, he contrived to keep him in sight, for he was convinced that Sir William was on the verge of madness. He could not ever have been really cured of the effects of his accident. Even Mrs. Lee Edgerton said that he wasn't the same man. On the top of the last hill home, Sir William, well in advance, took a bullfinch, crashing right through the center of it and going out of sight. The young man could not get his animal to face it in 3 times, and indeed, he would have funked it himself if it hadn't been that he was genuinely anxious about his leader. He had to go a 1/4 of a mile before he could find a gap, and he went at hell for leather, letting his animal have it for all he was worth, and cursing like a madman beneath his breath. When he had scrambled through the gap, and it was a pretty bad takeoff, he found himself at the top of the long, broad grass valley. A long way away there was the church tower of a little village that he took to be near Fordingbridge, a church and a cluster of buildings with patches of trees around them, peeping over the side of a low hill. And then he caught sight of Sir William sitting perfectly still upon his horse, which was grazing on the roadside, the reins upon its neck. And as the young man cantered slowly towards him, so he continued to sit. He looked round at Lee Edgerton with a face of extraordinary wildness. "I can't face it," he said. "I can't go there. I can't go back. Don't you understand? It's like being in hell, to love a woman who's been dead 450 years. I'm done. Used up. It's all over with me." "Oh, come," the young man said, at his wit's end. "A man can't be called used up who can ride as you do. But if you don't pick up your reins, they will be under your horse's feet. There they go." Sir William's reins had slipped down the horse's neck and fell upon the short turf before its nose. "You'll have your neck broken in a minute," the young man said between his teeth, and he dismounted to pick up the reins. "It's hell," Sir William repeated dully. There came from just behind them the drilling sound of a bicycle bell. Lee Edgerton pulled his horse off the road onto the turf and made a grab for Sir William's reins. Then he tried to raise his cap with his encumbered hands. A girl was shooting past them, going very fast. She had a face of a conspicuous fairness, a dress of light blue print, a white linen coif that hid all her hair, and from her shoulders there flew out behind a black cloak. "My God!" Sir William said suddenly. "Did you see? Who was that? In God's name, who was that?" "Why," young Lee Edgerton said, "that was Nurse Moraine, the one who nursed you till the first time they trepanned you. She broke down the day before they trepanned you the second time. My mother says she couldn't stand the excitement because she was in love with you. My mother's always got her head full of ideas like that." Sir William slowly took the reins and then, irrationally, spurred his horse. "I don't understand," he said. "What's she doing here?" The young man tried to shout after him. "She lives somewhere about here if we're anywhere near Fordingbridge." But Sir William had galloped off down the road that turned immediately and mounted the hill towards the cluster of old and falling buildings. He turned his horse loose in the stockyard that was surrounded by ancient and crumbling sheds. One half of the house had fallen in years before, but the other, its arched windows filled here and there with lattice, and here and there with boards, and with its immensely deep walls still stood. Wallflowers, house leeks, rushes, and grass grew out of all the joints in the stones. It was so old that you could hardly recognize it for a house, and so forlorn that you shivered when you passed it. And here and there upon the walls were stuck up placards announcing that this house, together with all the village of Winterbourne-Saint-Martin, was to be sold by auction in 3 days' time at Salisbury by order of the War Office. The living room into which Sir William went was large, long, and low. It was quite empty, only beneath the windows were a pile of hay, some blankets, and a couple of old green coats. A shepherd had slept there for the last 10 nights to watch the farm, which had been empty for a fortnight. In the corner of the room was a steep fireplace, and in it the charred white detritus of an old fire. A door in the party wall which divided this long hall opened gently. There appeared a girl in a blue dress, a black cloak, and a white coif that hid her hair. Her face was of an extraordinary fairness, her eyebrows a dark brown, and her blue eyes were singularly absent in expression. Sir William cried out, "You!" And then she seemed to see him. "You're Sir William Sorrell," she said. "I am Dionysia Moraine." He asked huskily, "What are you doing here?" And she answered, "I was born in this room. We farmed this place time out of mind for centuries. Now it's going to be sold, and I wanted to see it again." "What does it all mean?" he asked. "I can't tell," she answered. "Do you know, after they trepanned you for the first time, you said suddenly, 'Et tu là?' and reached out your hand to me. And I took your hand because no one was allowed to speak then. And I kept on saying to myself, 'It's very well with me,' which is what the country people about here say when they're glad. I was very glad because I thought you were recovering. But then you went back, and it was almost too much for me. So I came to this village where I have a room because it is my native place. And then I heard that you had recovered. But they would not take me back at the hospital because they said I was too weak. However, I am going back tomorrow, and that's why I have come here today." Sir William said, "No, no, you are not going back." And his voice came hotly, "You are never going back." She looked at him for a long time. "Then you must never go back either," she said at last. End of L'Envoi, Chapter 2. L'Envoi, Chapter 3 of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance, First Edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a Romance by Ford Madox Ford. It struck Mrs. Lee Edgerton as a most extraordinary affair when Sir William told her that very evening that he was going to buy the village of Winterbourne-Saint-Martin, restore the old farmhouse until it resembled the little castle it had once been, and there, in company with Dionysia Moraine, pass the remainder of his days. He was going to take up hawking as a pursuit. Mrs. Lee Edgerton was not exactly unsympathetic, but she said that that would be putting his future into the hands of a girl who could not be more than 22, and she wanted to know if that was exactly wise on his part when he had not known her at the moment when she was speaking, for more than 7 hours at the most, though she acknowledged that Dionysia's nursing had probably saved his life. Mrs. Lee Edgerton had taken one of the large furnished villas outside Salisbury, when, shortly after the railway accident, she had learned that Sir William might probably be in bed for a long spell. Thus she had 3 months of a tenancy to run, and as she was herself still too shaken to think of returning to town, she was getting all the benefit of the country air that she could. Her husband even had returned from the Rockies. A large, silent, but not at all disagreeable man, he accepted quite readily the fact that he, as well as his wife and his son, owed a debt of gratitude to Sir William Sorrell, and almost cordially begged him to live with them as long as it suited him. Mr. Lee Egerton passed all his days fishing in the River Wylye beyond Wishford. To Mrs. Lee Egerton's mild remonstrances, Sir William replied that he was perfectly sure that he was doing the wisest thing he had ever done in his life. He was going to marry Dionysia Moraine, and she was the wisest person he had ever met. He had proved this several times. "But you couldn't have," Mrs. Lee Egerton said, "not in 7 hours, when you were on a horse and she was on a bicycle." Sir William, in fact, had told not a single soul of his experiences whilst he lay in bed. He hadn't told anybody because he felt that he would not ever be able to make anybody understand that his experiences had just been real, so that when he replied to Mrs. Lee Egerton, "I tell you I've proved it several times. Whatever Dionysia recommended always proved the best course," Mrs. Lee Egerton could only think that his accident was still affecting him. She thought that he was really a little mad. But it was, after all, none of her business. With the exception of Sir William's very old aunt, Lady Wells, he did not seem to have any relatives to trouble about or to argue with him, so that, almost immediately, Mrs. Lee Egerton perceived that her business in the matter was simply that of leaving the young people alone together as much as possible. And in a very short time Mrs. Lee Egerton had arrived at the conclusion that Dionysia Moraine was a thoroughly nice girl. Within a month she had concluded that Dionysia was a thoroughly wise one. She was extraordinarily silent at times, and you never could tell what she was driving at. Indeed, it took Mrs. Lee Egerton at least a month to see that she was driving at anything at all. During this month, Dionysia was still working in the hospital, so that she only got her evenings off. She had had indecency to give the hospital so much notice. For Sir William, however, this month became one of furious activity. He had purchased the estate of Winterbourne Saint-Martin within 3 days, and had down from London a young architect sanctioned by the Society for the Preservation of Ancient Buildings, even before he had bought the property. Within a week he had a gang of labourers at work upon the old farmhouse, and he rode over every day from Salisbury to look at them work. The great heat of the day would not stop him. No rain would stop him. They began pulling every vestige of modern work out of the old building. And as plaster fell away and floors came down, and little by little the oldest stonework of all came into sight, he felt the keenest satisfaction. His hair would be full of lime when he returned to Salisbury, but he would take a bath and pass the evening sitting with Dionysia on the veranda. The nights were very fine, and the Lee Egerton's villa stood very high, so that all before them there was an immensity of space, a great stretch of territory unseen in the dark distances, from which, from time to time, there sounded the cry of a heron coming back from the river. Mrs. Lee Egerton saw Dionysia most frequently, however, over the architect's plans, whilst that young man and Sir William and the girl discussed the details of the new work that was to be put in. And Mrs. Lee Egerton made out gradually that what Sir William was trying to do was to get an exact reproduction of a 14th century castle. At the outset he even objected furiously to the idea that there should be sinks, draining boards, or drains in the kitchen. He said that what they really did in those days was to throw all the refuse into the courtyard. And when Mrs. Lee Egerton and the architect pointed out that you could hardly do that nowadays, Sir William became quite unnecessarily angry. He said that what had been good enough for those people was going to be good enough for him. He was going to have everything exactly as it had been. And he thumped his large fist on the table and repeated, "Exactly," in a loud and even a threatening voice. Dionysia had said nothing at all on that occasion. It had been the first on which they had discussed the plans. Dionysia had said nothing, but Mrs. Lee Edgerton had observed that she looked at Sir William with a glance of a curious nature. In it, Mrs. Lee Edgerton imagined that she observed at once tenderness and compassion, as if Dionysia considered that she had in hand a great invalid who must be humoured. But upon Mrs. Lee Edgerton's first visit to the little castle, which took place some 3 weeks later, she observed certain trenches going deep down into the very chalk of what had formerly been the stackyard, and still earlier the courtyard itself. And when the architect told her that these trenches were being made for the drains, Mrs. Lee Edgerton began to consider deeply. The castle itself had become a mere shell of very old stones. Within and without, you perceived the outlines of windows that had been filled in for centuries, and here and there the blackened stones of fireplaces that for centuries had been bricked up. But in the outlines the old castle could be discerned plainly enough. There was the central arch, the halls on either side, the holes in the walls into which formerly there had fitted the great beams supporting the upper rooms and the long roofed chamber. Most of the outer wall remained in a state of decay, and many of the rooms that had surrounded the courtyard, even the moat, could quite clearly be traced. And from what Mrs. Lee Edgerton understood, they were going to turn the small castle into an exceedingly comfortable dwelling house. There would be at least 20 bedrooms, a garage, and stabling for no less than 15 horses. The rather odd predilection that Sir William had at first shown for everything medieval had very sensibly diminished. Indeed, when Mrs. Lee Edgerton had pointed out to her a corner of the courtyard in which there was to be erected an engine room from which the castle was to be supplied with power for the electric light, she could not help saying to Sir William, "You seem to have dropped your idea of living like a knight of old altogether." Sir William looked at her humorously. The riding backwards and forwards from Salisbury to the little castle seemed to have made a different man of him. His flesh was firmer, and there was much less of it. His eyes were keen and satisfied, his mouth much less threatening. He was standing in the sunlight of the courtyard without a hat. It was a Sunday, and all the workmen were away. The architect had taken Dionysia round the outer wall in order to show her a curiously carved gargoyle that they had discovered in the earthed-up moat the other day before. "Well, you see," Sir William said to Mrs. Lee Edgerton, "Dionysia has made it plain to me. The first thing I wanted when I came back to my senses was Dionysia." "Well, you got her very soon," Mrs. Lee Edgerton said. "But I didn't know then," Sir William continued, "that she was in the world. I thought she was back in the 14th century, so of course I thought the 14th century was the only bearable time in the history of the world." "It must have been a horrid sort of epic," Mrs. Lee Edgerton said. "Were they not very dirty?" "Well, they were and they weren't," Sir William said meditatively. "And it was and it wasn't a horrid epic," he continued, gazing at the points of his riding boots for a considerable time. "I can tell you this," he said at last. When I came back to consciousness, the modern world seemed to me a horribly mean and dirty sort of place. Worthless, useless, disgusting." "But when you found Miss Moraine," Mrs. Lee Edgerton said. "Ah, when I found Dionysia," Sir William smiled brilliantly, "it became a different proposition." "Well, you're certainly a different man," Mrs. Lee Edgerton replied, "and it's certainly very satisfactory. I don't mind saying that I wouldn't have objected to marry you myself if I'd been free to do it. But since I wasn't, obviously the next best thing is that I've been able to regard Dionysia really as a daughter, or let us say as a niece. And so we keep you in the family." "Why, so you do," Sir William said. "Did you hear Dionysia's latest discovery about the Edgerton family?" "I did hear it," Mrs. Lee Edgerton said, "but I couldn't exactly understand it." "Well, try to understand it now," Sir William said. "The Lady Dionysia de Morant de Ecclesford, who was the real founder of the family of Edgerton, she had a son called Sir William de Edgerton de Tamworth, and that Sir William had 2 sons. If it's going to branch out any more, Mrs. Lee Edgerton said, I shan't be able to follow. It isn't, Sir William said. It can stop with the two sons. The eldest of these was Sir Edward de Egerton de Hamworth, and he was the ancestor of your husband. The younger son inherited this place and took the name of William de Morant de Winterbourne Saint-Martin. He was the ancestor of Dionysia. Well, I said I regarded her as a sort of niece, Mrs. Lee Edgerton put it. I suppose the Edgertons sold Tamworth and made what money they did make somewhere else. And the Morants stuck to this place and didn't make any money at all. That's the usual story of great families. That's about it, Sir William said. They went on living in the place until at last they were only tenants where they had been owners. And now there is only Dionysia. Her father was rather a good farmer, and when he died 2 years ago, he was able to leave her a few hundreds. She's been to Girton, you know. That's why she is so extraordinarily well educated. She knows more about history than any man I ever met, and I met a good few when I was having encyclopedias compiled. She's certainly an extraordinary young woman, Mrs. Lee Edgerton conceded amiably. She doesn't even dress really badly. I should think she didn't, Sir William ejaculated. Oh well, Mrs. Lee Edgerton said, you can't expect one woman to say more than that of another. She remained for a moment in a slight reverie. About the way you said the world appeared to you when you came to your senses, she continued. I suppose what it comes to is that when you dreamed that Dionysia was in the 14th century, you wanted to be back there. But when you came to find that she was here, you thought that, as they say in New York, little old New York is good enough for me. Of course, Sir William said, I have put it to Dionysia that any century that produced her was justified of its existence. But Dionysia put it another way. What sort of way? Mrs. Lee Edgerton asked. Well, the simple result of Dionysia's reasoning is that we are going to have the electric light in the castle, and I am going to go on looking after my publishing. I really can't follow that, Mrs. Lee Edgerton said. What it comes to, Sir William answered, is that Dionysia thinks, that Dionysia is convinced, that one century is just as good as another, and just as bad. We aren't so adventurous as we used to be, but we don't go in for so many lawsuits. We aren't so romantically dressed, but we have got electric light and better baths. So that, take it all round, Dionysia says, what we lose on the swings we gain on the roundabouts. And she says that it is one's business to make a good job of what one's got in hand. Romance, according to Dionysia, is the flavor of any life at any time. It's the reckoning up of success or failure at the end of things. I don't know what all that means, Mrs. Lee Edgerton said. No doubt Dionysia does. But when it comes to success, you seem to do yourself pretty well. I understand that your building here is going to cost you £50,000. Ah, Sir William said genially, that's another queer point in Dionysia's philosophy. I told her that any fool could run a publisher's business successfully, but she just answered that in that case it was the business of a person who wanted to stand out from the ruck, to do it not only successfully, but well. So that what it comes to is, and Sir William smiled, as if at this he really did not know what had come over him. What it comes to is that I've got to try to do something for literature. But you're becoming a moral prodigy, Mrs. Lee Edgerton exclaimed. Oh, it isn't that I am a reformed character, Sir William hastened to exclaim. It's simply that Dionysia is a thoroughgoing idealist and extraordinarily concentrated. She can make you feel like a worm. She can make you feel anything she pleases by just thinking about it. She thought about the past glories of this place for years and years, until now she's reviving them. She thought about the past chivalrous achievements of the knights of her house, until... I know what you're going to say, Mrs. Lee Edgerton said. She's mooned on about this blessed old moldy family of ours until she has turned up a new knight of her own to stick in the old house and go on being chivalrous in an up-to-date way. I suppose that's exactly what it comes to, Sir William said. But who would have thought that I should ever come to dropping money on poetry? Oh, that's what's meant by noblesse oblige, Mrs. Lee Edgerton laughed at him. But I can tell you one thing. Whatever Dionysia is or isn't, or has or hasn't, she's got one thing, and that is her new knight remarkably well under her thumb. Well, Sir William said, that's the sort of thing that a man like me wants to make a man of him. I'm not saying that it isn't, Mrs. Lee Edgerton said. And thus, just then, Dionysia, in a blue dress, came under a ruined arch in the outer wall, with the young architect behind her. Mrs. Lee Edgerton considerately contrived to carry off the young architect for a walk that she did not in the least wish to take, and Sir William and Dionysia wandered desultorily about the courtyard in the sunshine. They came at last under the central archway and amongst the rubble and the fallen stones of the hall on the left. They were holding each a hand of the other. Sir William touched with his foot a stone low down near the floor in one corner. It must have been just there, he said, and Dionysia continued for him, that your head struck the wall. And she added thoughtfully, yes, it was just about there. It's all awfully mysterious, my dear, Sir William said. At least it's difficult to make it all fit in together. Either I went back to the 14th century because you wanted me to. Either the 14th century is still here behind a curtain, or else it was you sitting beside my bed and reading old chronicles that just put the thoughts into my head. Dionysia went towards the broken window space through which the sunlight was streaming into the littered hall. She sat down upon the broken stonework and looked over her shoulder at the green valley. After all, she said in her deep and serious voice, there have got to be mysteries, so we can take it one way or the other. Ah, that's so like the Lady Dionysia, Sir William said. Dionysia looked at him for a long time. You've made a great deal of difference in the world for me, she said. Everything is different. Everything seems much more real. And that's like the Lady Dionysia too, Sir William repeated. She looked at him still seriously. That isn't quite what I meant, she said. The point is that before I saw you, I used just to sit and to think for hours and hours about one thing and another. I didn't want to have anything. I didn't want to do anything. And when the moment I saw you, I wanted to have you and to get you back to life. And because you had the Edgerton cross clutched in your hand all the time, I began to think about that to keep myself from wanting you too much. And I got young Lee to bring me all the books he could possibly turn up about our family. And little by little I got it all constructed in my mind. So that, Sir William said, it must have been you who made me dream and not my spirit that went back. And I think I can prove that by one detail. You make the knights borrow money of a Jew golden hand in Salisbury. The Jews were all expelled from England from the time of Edward I to that of Oliver Cromwell. I looked that up in the Dictionary of Dates. So that shows that it was your imagination going wrong in a point. It couldn't have been the real 14th century. Oh no, it doesn't show anything of the sort, Dionysia said. You'd find, if you'd looked up as many documents as I have, that there are at least 100 instances of towns having orders sent to them to expel the Jews that were still living there even in the 15th century. If the towns were strong enough to do it with impunity, they just resisted the writs. They'll show you the ghetto at Winchelsea to this day. So that I don't get at you even on that point, Sir William said. I wish I could get the thing settled in my mind. She looked at him tenderly. Oh, let it go at that, she said, and don't worry your poor old head about it any more. We've got the whole world, we've got the whole eternity before us, oceans of time, ages of space, and we're the happiest people in the world. Sir William came close to her and looked over her shoulder at the broad, shallow valley that, all flecked with sunlight beneath the high clouds, ran away from under the broken window. "But I should like," he said, "to get first principles settled. And that's a sort of first principle. If the 14th century is still there behind a sort of curtain, it's a whole new factor in psychics." "Oh, my dear," she said, "so it may be, but what does it matter? There's you, and there's me, and there's the sunlight, and there's the old place to do up, and there are plenty of other old places to see, and there's plenty of work for us to do." "But are you perfectly certain," Sir William said with a touch of doubt, "that I shall make you happy? Won't it be dull for you? I'm so much older, and I'm not at all intellectual." "Oh, stop all that," Dionysius said earnestly. "That's my adventure in life, and that's yours. We set out together, and we take our chances of what we find in each other. Happiness is a sort of thing you can't put in a bank and draw upon. We've got to find it from day to day, as if we were houseless wanderers upon the roads." She got down from the window and set her 2 hands on his shoulders. "It was the same then. It's the same now," she continued. "Don't you see? These are things we can't take precautions about. We have our glorious moments, and even if our lives go to pieces, if disasters come, and ruin, and death, we shall have had our glorious moment, and that's all there is in life, and that's all there ever was. No, these are things we can't take precautions about. We couldn't borrow, even of a Jew golden hand, we couldn't borrow assurance of happiness. But from the first moment I saw your face, I said that you were the man that I could trust." "From the first moment I saw your face," he said, "you were the only person in all the world." "And yet I'm nothing." She drew him closer to her. "I'm nothing at all," he said, and he put his arms round her shoulders. "Ah, there you have the real mystery," she murmured. "It's this. It's this and this that makes all the ages one. It's this that we set the lance in rest for hundreds of years ago. It's this that we publish encyclopedias for today. It's this that I've come back from the dead for," he said. She held him so tight that it was almost as if she shook him. She held her face back from his lips. "It's a beautiful world," she said. "Say that it's a beautiful world." "It's beautiful," he said. "Say it's as beautiful as the world ever was," she commanded imperiously. "It's as beautiful. It's as beautiful," he repeated. She closed her eyes. "In the summer it will be very pleasant. The birds will sing, and we shall walk in the gardens. And in the winter we shall go out into our little castle, and we shall sit by our fire, and our friends will come, and we shall pass the time in talking and devising. And all around us there will be the oceans of time and the ages of space, like mountains and seas and forests that it shall take us many months to travel through." "I've heard that before," he said. "Yes, certainly you've heard that all before," she answered with a gush of words. "It's nothing new. It's the oldest wisdom or the oldest folly. You will find it in Chaucer, because someone like your Lady Dionysia said it to him, or his heart did. And you'll find it in the Bible, because there's nothing else really to say. You'll find it baked in the bricks that the Assyrians used for books, and in the old sands of the desert and the oldest snow of the poles. It's the only thing that's worth saying in life." He strained her very hard to him. A robin flitting for moments onto the stones of the broken window held a worm in its bill and surveyed them with its beady eyes. "I can't find any words for it at all," he said. "Then we shall never know," she whispered close to his ears, "which of us cares most. And that is the only mystery that really matters." The robin flittered away, the sharp flirt of its wings in starting making for a moment a little flutter of sound in the silence. From the distance there came the wailing sound of sheep bells over the sunny grass. The sheep were beginning to feed again. This is the end of L'Envoi, Chapter 3. This is the end of Ladies Whose Bright Eyes, a romance.